like you're out in the sun too
Heat exhaustion.
bad. Heat stroke. Heat exhaustion. Yeah, those things are no joke. Your blood rushes out of you, then you just fucking faint, and you feel like you don't feel hot. You just feel like exhausted. That's the scary part when you stop feeling hot.
I've had heat exhaustion to the point where I was extremely dehydrated.
Yeah, ooh, it's no joke.
Yeah.
I've seen it a couple times before at like raves. Feeling. Like my friends just dancing for hours, and I remember I went to a rave once, and one of our friends, we had a large group, and I didn't know him personally, but I just remember him like collapsing, like, and just breathing heavily, panting like a dog, and we were like, oh shit, so we brought him to the medical tent, and they were just like, glad you brought him over now, dude, he's experienced like heat exhaustion, or he's having a heat stroke. We were like, what the fuck? Jeez. Turns out, dude wasn't drinking water all day. Even though we all tried to offer him and stuff, I think he was just too fucked up on whatever he was taking and just dancing endlessly. We were like, Jesus Christ. Glad he was still with the group, because holy crap, he could just passed out randomly.
Yeah, it would have been extra bad.
Fucking near-death experience, though.
Yeah, for real, but I feel like he didn't even know what was going on, because he was on, like, Molly or something. He was just tripping balls, just dancing. We were like, okay, party hard, I guess, but stay in the medical tent. They had to give him an IV and everything. I remember me and my friend Chris just stayed by him for like 2 hours until he was like, all right. We barely knew the dude though, but we weren't gonna let one of ours just collapse.
The edibles were indeed shit.
Yeah, something like that, dude. He was going through it, but he had a smile on his face and he was just like panting like a he resembled most a husky, like a husky in the middle of like September. And you can't get me to go inside, but I'm dying out here. And you're just like, dude,
I'm literally gonna fucking die.
Yeah, but the dog's just like, but I like outside. Like, it was kind of one of those moments. It's like, dude, lay down. But I like looking at people. I'm having fun. Like, you just died, dude. You almost died. He's like, I don't care. I'm having fun.
That's when you just pull up like one of the fucking fruit YouTube videos of like the fruit dance, and you're like, here, just watch.
I guess I'll die.
Just.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that my internet? It keeps cutting out, or is it the
my internet? My
internet cutting out too.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Glad to hear it. Oh well, it's all recorded, so. Welcome everybody back to the Court of Crits. So due to personal reasons, for this session, Homie Raids, who plays Zeno and Isaac, will unfortunately not be available. So we will do our best, and we wish them well. Yeah, don't worry. It'll still be a fun, goofy time full of yapping and squawking. And maybe some D&D. Who knows?
Squawk.
Squawky, squawk, squawk.
Yapping, squawking, Valdis getting mad for no reason yet again.
Yeah, baby!
Skia.
Squawk, and I cannot stress it enough. Yap. Okay, I'm sure we're all ready to get started fairly soon. That is, in fact, not what I wanted to do. Thank you. My computer's running slow as hell today. Anyway, give me like 5 minutes to write the opening statement real quick, and then we will get ready to go.
I need some more water. And thirsty.
Get your water. Get your fried chicken. Some chicken strips. Get a single scoop of ice cream.
Now I really want chicken strips.
Some nuggies.
Right?
They were for the after show,
some
boys.
Nuggies. Some ketchup.
The after party, you know? Just nothing but chicken strips.
Make sure they're dino
after
shaped.
party.
Dino nuggies. I can't
Dino
stress this
shaped
enough.
chicken strips.
Dino
Be
nuggies.
interesting. Mm-hmm.
Close enough. We just need to, like, what are those things called? The cookie cutter or something?
think dino-shaped chicken strips would be like, have you seen those videos where they press out the clay into shapes, but it's like the shapes in tube
Yes.
form? So if you look at it from the side, it's the shape, but it's like really long.
Yes.
That's what
exactly.
I think dino-shaped chicken strips would be like.
Yes, absolutely. What's that? Brontosaurus, or whatever it's called? Long neck motherfucker? Strips, you just cookie cut one in their shape.
Yeah.
Make it easier for dipping. Oh my god. Sometimes the chicken strips are so goddamn fat they don't fit in your little dippy cup for your sauce. At least with the
True.
long neck Brontosaurus, you could eat its face first.
Just fucking, I mean, hey, like ketchup for blood, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so you know...
I guess yours might work.
I know this would be a war crime, right? I want a life-sized Dino Nuggie.
Absolutely. I just went to see the sheer mass of chicken that would have to, like, be.
I mean, there were some smaller dinosaurs. What dinosaur do you want it to be, like, life-size of?
T-Rex.
That is true. Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Shoot for the big one.
Yeah, that's the hard one right there.
Honestly, yes. A big sculpture made out of pure chicken and, what was it, that crust shit? Yes, absolutely. Breading.
We're something today, huh?
If there's one thing it would attract within the first, like, 5 minutes, it's a bunch of flies. So, we'll only get a chance to look at it in its glory for about 3 to 4 minutes before it just gets absolutely swarmed by every bug in existence. Because trust me, I should know. Second you open a pack of Dino Nuggies,
Alright, I'm back.
you'll be swatting flies.
Oh, bees also fucking love Lunchables, and that is a warning.
I would never kill a bee.
No.
They're sacred, valiant warriors. They give their life in defense of their queen. Literally.
But
One
You sound
sting
like
and-
Luke. True warrior.
I think bees would genuinely kill you for a Lunchable, though. Or they
Bees
would
are
try
paladins.
to. Mm-hmm.
Bees are paladins. No.
They're paladins.
No.
They have a sacred
Is-
oath.
Is
They're willing to give their life for that oath.
Is their stinger just a divine smite? Is that why it hurts so much?
It's their arm, and the tendons are connected directly to their heart. So the second they stab something, it's lance-shaped. The second they stab something in divine smite, their arm rips off, and their heart dies.
Bro, we should talk about this on the fucking next short and throwable podcast for real.
What animals
Bees are
what fucking
paladins.
class? Just based off
What
their
are
fucking
hornets
morals?
then? Paladin.
Warlocks.
No, rogues. Hornets are rogues.
The
rogues.
hornets are rogues.
I was
They're
gonna say
fucking.
warlocks.
What's the trickery domain rogues? They're like what is
They're
it? Arcane.
assassin. They're assassin
arcane
rogues who have
tricksters.
multi-classed in a barbarian. So those fuckers
Is
will
it-
chase you forever.
What is
That's
it, like,
good. I like that.
Vengeance Paladin, or whatever it's
Yes.
called?
Vengeance
Yes,
paladin.
yes, absolutely. Vengeance paladin. Bees. Bees are vengeance paladins. Absolutely. No, it makes perfect sense.
That's fucking hilarious.
And their queen is their deity, dude. They gain strength. They're all level 1, unfortunately, though. They take 1 hit of damage and they're pretty much dead. But that Divine Smite does some damage to their foes. It's like what's
they're
that
like
smite?
level
It's
2.
like a branding
They just
smite.
have like, oh yeah, no, because they get spellcasting at like level 2.
True, but they get an exception because they're god. It's
True.
the GM kind of like gives them leeway at least because their forward thinking goal is so like specific.
If you remove your lay on hands pool, you can divine smite.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. But in doing so, you die. Are you willing to
That's a
take that risk?
fire
Absolutely,
homebrew
for my
rule,
queen.
No, okay. So okay, hear me out. You can trade 5 points from your lay on hands pool for a free smite. That's a fire.
No,
fucking
it has
homebrew
to be
rule,
your
though.
whole
I'd say
lay
the
on
whole
hands
thing.
pool.
The whole thing. I'd say the whole
Okay.
thing. Maybe in response to that, you get like an extra D6 of damage or something.
That's a. You know
But
what?
it's just
Hear
that
me
one
out.
smite. You just down the
Give it
entire
like
thing,
some
dude.
tweaking and like that. That's kind of fire though.
I'm a
Or
healer,
hear
but
me out, right?
but
the
I use my
Vengeance
healing
Paladin,
to kill.
you can do 1 point of damage with a smite from your lay on hands pool. It's like lay of like hands of harm or some shit.
Oh
you know?
shit! We're really thinking here. We're gaming.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That sounds cool. Because then
Better-
it will
better-
scale with your level.
We have made a better paladin than one D&D.
Maybe as like a balance to it, you roll with disadvantage, but if you hit, you can drain your entire lay on hands pool and do that much damage to them.
Straight
Just
fucking
fucking
damage.
yeah,
That's
straight
so
damage.
cool.
But you roll with disadvantage or something, just to make it a little fair.
Yo, we're fucking cooking. Let him cook.
That sounds sick. Maybe that can be one of your channel divinities. You know, you just kind of like
All or
or
nothing.
whatever it's called. Yeah, all or nothing. Exactly, dude. Something like that. You roll at disadvantage, but in doing so, if you manage to hit, you can drain your entire lay on hands pool as a divine smite. Has damage, straight damage, no roll required. Just 15 damage straight into somebody, or 30 when it gets to that point. That'd be pretty good. It'd be consistent too with the leveling. How you doing, Riley? You right up that beginning?
I am ready to go.
Fuck yeah. Well, let's get this shit popping off.
Let me just make sure I have this. All right. All right. When we last left our heroes, Validus, the Shadarkai Paladin, Arthas, the Human Fighter, Lorien, the Azamar Rogue, Everly, the High Elf Wizard, and their new ally, Zeno, the harengon Cleric. The Grievers were successful in felling the fundamental fear war, with Validus seemingly accepting the strange being known as Algophobia. He was able to unleash his full power and knock war out of the sky. When war finally fell and the vein of Icar showed itself, Anastasia remained extremely normal and definitely didn't have her face split open like a live piranha plant. When the world of war ceased to exist, the party found themselves in a storage room underneath the royal palace of Sowthunda, alongside Princess Mercy, Abel Cainsworth, and some of the teachers from the Ambrosian Academy who had been taken prisoner. Now, what did our heroes do? Did they let the people of Sowthunda know that the danger was gone and the princess was safe? No, they left. When the party managed to just straight up walk out of the royal palace and meet up with Eric, they made their way back to the Sky Dancer troupe, where they were offered some lodgings and a place to rest. Unfortunately, little did they know that their time with a certain friend would be ending soon. But, as we return to our heroes, the journey of the cowardly princess continues.
Spectacular. Beautiful.
You should also
Absolutely
tack on,
baller
unfortunately, Abel Cainsworth is still alive.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with that guy?
It's about to be interrogated.
Listen, when you reveal him to be the bad guy, then you can start saying like, "Aha, I knew it, ha ha ha." As far as your character is concerned,
The pendant, then which he destroyed the evidence.
This session's going to be very fun.
He helped himself.
This session's going to be very cathartic
oh,
for
cool.
me, the DM specifically.
Selfish bastard. He helped himself with that diamond. Now we can't use it. That.
Now, okay.
Damn it, there goes the evidence.
Actually, hang on. I have to reorganize myself here because without Homie, certain things I had expected to go weren't quite going. So I remember, I'm pretty sure everyone aside from Zeno of the players stepped off of Eric to go speak with Kanan. Is that correct, or did anybody stay on?
Yes.
I believe all of us went.
Okay. So as Kanan is like mentioning, like, yes, all right. So we'll we'll get some lodgings prepared. Ask around if you could before dinner time. See if anybody could use some help. And yes, it's good to know that you all came back alive. Genuinely.
And successful, nonetheless.
I would say so. Frankly, a bit more success than things usually happen to go when dangerous curses such as these are involved.
A definite victory, even if, I mean, no one even really died. Except for the Chudakar. But that's fine, you know? So.
I know I was very gung-ho about killing him, but that is not fine. Not really.
In terms of the success, I think.
Short-term success, maybe.
Kanan's gonna reach out and put a hand on both your shoulders and kind of whisper to you two. Under no circumstances do you tell anyone the Judakar is dead.
Laura nods.
Validus is like cringing, but he also nods.
Alright. No. And before they can say anything else, you all hear the sound of Eric rising up behind you.
Laura will turn around and watch him.
Anyone who turns around, you see Eric, whose faceplate is still a bit broken, but you can still see the remnants of his digital smile behind the cracks. Atop his head and kind of on his shoulders, those of the teachers, and you see Zeno, Peter, and Mercy waving goodbye to you as Eric stands up and begins to turn away.
I gave a wave.
Validus also waves.
Laura does the same.
So does Everly.
And because we joked about it earlier, though you can barely hear it, you can almost swear as Eric is walking away, you can hear on the wind, "That guess."
Oh.
And Eric will start marching towards the east, towards the sea and towards the docks, for a way home, you presume.
Goodbye, little rabbit stew.
And then
Everly
suddenly,
gives a sad smile.
and as you say, a rabbit stew, Validus, you watch as one of the giant moonbeam sunflower sprouts above you.
With the... I didn't mean it meanly.
It recedes.
Everly just says, I'm gonna miss him.
Me too. Wish you could have brought him along to go find Isaac. We really should have as many hands as we can.
He was a strong
We'll see
boy,
how
we'll see
there's
him
no
again.
love
doubt.
him.
Validus just like the slow concrete scraping head turned towards Abel.
Abel, who I think I made a mistake, and my players corrected me on this. Thank you for that. I believe maybe I didn't even mention this, but I think I might have accidentally said that last session that Abel was without shirt, but that was my mistake. He is in fact wearing his robes. He has his hands behind his back, and he has his usual kind smile as he kind of gives like a small wave to the people walking away on Eric. It's gonna be awful quiet without those brothers around.
Right, they did mention knowing you.
Well, co-workers, I would hope they'd know me. I knew them pretty well.
So are you gonna keep your job at the school when all this blows over?
Depends on if the school's still around when all this blows over. But I still have my mission to uphold, as do you all. I think destroying this curse, it would be our best bet to focus our attention on.
So we're gonna talk about that now or later? He's like visibly like holding back. You can see like a vein bulging on his forehead almost, you know?
Once we're in private, we don't want to upset anyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is a talk we definitely should have privately.
Abel nods, and then he's gonna kind of scratch his chin. Oh, it's a shame he's leaving so soon. There was something I actually wanted to ask him about.
And what's that?
Do any of you are any of you capable of preparing the spell Zone of Truth?
What's that?
No.
Or just shakes their head no.
Whateverly.
That sounds ominous. What is that?
If you did not, did you take your free spells for getting a level 1 wizard?
Do wizards get Zone of Truth?
I believe so. I actually checked the spell. I know at least divination wizards do. All right, hang on. Now I'm fucking double guessing.
I know
myself.
that clerics and bards get it. I'm pretty sure.
I don't see it for Everly at all.
Huh. Nope, you're correct. Wizards do not get that spell.
Yeah.
No. That's unfortunate. Damned unfortunate. Would have made things a lot easier.
Aren't you one of those priests? Sounds like something you might have.
You see the smile kind of grow a bit. Indeed I do. In fact, I have it prepared right now. Except there's one small problem with that, and he'll kind of glance towards you, Validus. I'm guessing right now that even if I were to cast Zone of Truth, you still might have some doubts about it. If it came from my own hands.
From what I understand, we don't know how hard you're fighting back against it. Or if someone else were to cast it, they would know.
Exactly. You then hear the sound of hooves stomping upon the ground as Kanan walks up and says, "It's funny you mention that. I actually am capable of casting Zone of Truth."
So, why is this ability required for the conversation we're having?
Because there's been a lot of perhaps miscommunication, and perhaps someone may or may not be, again, working with the very god we're trying to destroy.
So, how does this work? You cast the ability and then
Kanan will
we all have to tell the truth?
Kanan will turn to you, Arthas, and say, "There's a set range that, similar to, I'm trying to think what basically, there's a set range where everyone in this circle must tell the truth. Now, it's possible that Mr. Cainsworth here might try to resist, but if he does, I will know. Likewise, if he doesn't try to resist, I will also know that."
Oh, I see. You're casting it on him. Because it would be a waste if you casted it on me. I'd just tell you the truth.
Abel turned to Kana and smiled. If you wouldn't mind, if you could join us in this conversation and cast that spell, it'd be mighty helpful to make sure that everyone can walk away from that conversation with full confidence of everything that's been said there.
Kind of look to the party and I shrug. And I'd be like, well, Valdis, you're the one itching to talk to the man.
I am. Well, that does give another question. Kind of like turns to Anastasia. What about her?
Anastasia is furiously
What do you
scribbling in her
mean?
journal.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Like, will she be able to tell the truth? Is that...
Well, she can write now. I'm wondering if we can maybe figure out what's going on and what actually happened. It's not that I don't believe you, Anastasia, like that you lost your memory from the prison onward. I do believe that, but you were acting like yourself up until we got to the vein. So if your memory clicked out way earlier than before you started acting funny, that's really weird.
Anastasia is still just scribbling in her journal.
Well, where are we going to do this or have this discussion?
If I might suggest, we do this in the morning. Or particularly maybe in the early morning, when less people are around, we can have it out in the open.
And we can trust that you're just not going to disappear in the night?
I mean, as much as I'd like to give you my word on the matter, as you just said, my word might not mean much in your minds at the current moment. So, if I'm
Make
willing,
a promise then.
What should I promise on?
We will
take
see
it
you
like
tomorrow
this,
morning.
Then. If you run, we'll take that as an omission of guilt that you are working with Phobos.
Kind of lowers his head.
Well, let's take in the pot. Just promise me we'll see you in the morning, and if we don't end up seeing you in the morning, then you're our enemy. Keep it simple.
Would you mind if I sweeten the deal even more so?
I'm game. I kind of look to the party. Shrug.
I don't see why not.
I don't know what he has to offer, but why not?
Now,
Everybody shrugs as well.
Now, Mr. Durge, and you'll watch as he kind of opens his vestments, and you watch as he kind of reaches inside and seems to like dig around somewhat. I believe you said I destroyed evidence. Oh, am I misremembering that? That might have been another time.
Yeah.
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, that symbol. That spiralized symbol, the same kind of spirals that everyone else is getting.
You wouldn't happen to mean like this one, and he's going to pull out another holy symbol in the shape of a spiral eye. You mean like this one?
You know, Abel. Correct, Abel, but you know what? Having multiple of them doesn't make it any less suspicious.
He blinks.
Well, actually, he might have just conjured it. I've seen the priests at the temple I worship, if they lose theirs, which I've only seen it happen once, they just pray for about an hour and another one forms. At least, that's my knowledge. He was without it for a while, so he could have easily made another.
I hate to disappoint you, Miss.
Although, looking at it, is it different?
As you look at
Or
it,
is it the same with the diamond included?
it's the same shape. There is no diamond in the center.
Damn, no infinite money glitch. Damn.
Damn, yeah.
And he's going to hold out that
Just
holy
spawns
symbol
them
to
with
you.
diamonds.
I didn't have enough time. This is just my spare.
2?
He'll hold it out to Validus.
Is it the exact same symbol? Or is it slightly different?
Is the exact same symbol minus the diamond in the center.
The diamond.
If you're so keen on my holy symbol, then I figured I'd allow you to hold on to it. It actually makes me mad. It makes me damn near worthless. Well, I suppose I got some martial prowess in me, but in terms of spellcasting, I'm no better than a damn fish.
I don't want it because I don't want any dream invaders.
I'll take it. Just for the night, right? So that you can't cast spells?
Mm-hmm.
You're implying that without this thing, you're going to be in a weaker state. Understood. I hold my hand out.
I'm no better than a fledgling fighter. And he'll offer it to you, Arthas.
I'll take it and just kind of look at Valdis and give him a nod, like it's all right.
Yeah,
We got this.
Yeah, just be on your guard for any owled invaders tonight.
All right. I've been meaning to talk to the bitch anyway. Everyone else had their fun. She's
Yeah,
scared
make
of me
sure
or
you
something?
punch her right in the mouth for me.
I give you a nod. I'll try. I mean, my dreams are usually filled with flower fields and then, never mind. Look away.
Anastasia, still scribbling.
I like peek to see like what she's
Yeah,
like what
I
she's
really
writing.
want to
He's
He's
peek
been
over
doing that for a
too.
while.
We all
I
just
really
kind
wants
of
to
move
peek
towards her
too.
behind her. We're all just like, what the fuck? She's still writing. We all just kind of get closer. I know Arthur's getting a little closer. Just like, what the fuck is she scribbling?
Everybody who wants to peek at what she's writing, roll me a perception check.
Ten.
Natural 20 for 21.
No.
17.
You get a nat 20 on this. With
So,
my one eyeball.
so this basically won't
Sim.
apply to you.
Sip.
Okay, so that is a 4 sleight of hand. So so I just like to imagine everybody just leaning right over Anastasia's shoulder, and you all see written on the top of the page, Princess Noctasia and the Grievers versus the Eternal War. She seems to be writing fan fiction.
I give a light chuckle.
Can't tell if she remembers anything or not. Is there like drawings?
No, it's mostly words.
Damn.
Everly will step back a little bit and just giggle to herself.
Wait, what name was there? Princess Noctasia?
Yes.
Wait, whoa!
That has been said before, just so you know.
Oh, has
Yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the rule you set but you never followed, where you were gonna call her Noctasia instead of Anastasia?
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck me. Right. Shit, I'm confusing like with the fucking book, the other book, Noctasia, not Anastasia's OC.
Anyway, with that being said, I presume there's nothing left. Is there anything else you want to do with your day? Or are you just gonna go
Oh.
and... Sorry, go ahead, Arthur.
Real quick, Arthur, Arthas, while he's like peering over and understands like what she's writing, he kind of puts out when she gets to the part where we're fighting war, and goes like, "Make sure you add the part where I jumped on his chariot and stabbed him like 3 times."
she nods, except she doesn't write 3 times. She writes like 300 times in like 5 seconds.
I give her like a fucking thumbs up.
Valdis kind of like,
hell yeah.
Valdis kind of like leans in. Did she add the part where I threw the pillar at the guy?
She's getting there. Yeah, make sure he threw it like a javelin. Remember javelin? Don't make him shirtless. He was a barbarian, but he was still wearing the. Wait, your armor did fall off. Okay, yeah.
You watch as she writes, and then the mighty Valdis, 10 feet tall, 5 feet wide, picks up a whole island and throws it at war while on fire.
Yeah. Yes.
We should like post Anastasia's fan fictions on Twitter somehow.
Sure, if you write them.
Yeah, if you write them, don't make more work for Riley.
I used to write all the time.
Do it,
okay.
coward.
Okay.
Do it.
I might. I'll send you the fucking Google Doc if I do.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Aside from what I told you that I wanted to do last session, there's nothing else that this would probably do before bedtime.
Yeah, we'll do that after, like basically after supper time is the plan.
Yeah, it works.
Yes,
Perfect.
actually, there is.
Yeah,
something.
then I wouldn't be doing anything in the meantime. I'd probably just be chilling out, resting.
Mm-hmm.
Valdis kind of like steps back. Sorry.
So before we get to anything you guys want to do, is it? Kanan does ask, like, hey, if you have the energy, could you help out the Sky Dancer troop because they're packing up their tent to move?
Yes. Yeah, I was going to change what I said. I'll do that.
Would. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How about too?
My strength is 20 now, so I'm strong-arming shit. I'm
Valdis
just looking
is
at
only
Valdis with like a
19.
grin. I'm looking at Valdis with a grin when I pick up like 12 sandbags to his 11, and I'm like...
I really would just help like organize stuff.
Abel goes to try to help as well,
struggle.
But then his 3 exhaustion kicks in, and he does like the old man, oh, my back.
My back. Takes a seat on something. I pick it up while he's on there. Oh, my bad.
Valdis is also doing the fucking oh my back, but only after like lifting several thousand pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Valdis and I are like barely walking with shaky legs, but we're holding like houses, like full tents. Just like.
I'm still stronger than you, Arthas. Always will be.
Then why am I one step ahead? Literally. Yeah.
Anastasia slides her journal over to you, Everly, and you just see a crude picture of Valdis and Abel, and just like a heart with a question mark between them.
Everly sees it and she just goes, maybe.
You know. All right. Now, we'll start with you, Valdis. You were saying you were stepping aside for a moment?
Yeah, he kind of like just steps back from the Grievers, just like that. They can. He's not like just in the big huddle pile almost. Just a few steps back from that. So, I know that after we went into the bunker, we all kind of had that revelation that the curse was affecting us pretty badly. I have apologized. I know that. But I think that most words are pointless without action, so to everyone, Anastasia, Kanan, the Grievers, and eventually Isaac once we get him back, here's my action. And then for the first time in probably Valdis's life, like, this looks mentally and physically painful for him, he full stop, gets on one knee, and bows to the whole party.
I put down the barrel I'm carrying, lean an elbow on it, and look to the group and just go, look at him.
Anastasia smiles.
I believed you without the show, personally.
Oh, but having him do it is, well, it's fun to look at least. But I'm sorry too, Validus.
We've all been a bit of a shithead, you know?
He's still bowing, by the way.
Now, unless you want me to knight you, you should stand up.
Everly's gonna go over to Validus and she's gonna grab him by both his arms and just like help him stand up. I'm sorry too, Validus.
Yeah, well, from my point of view, you all have reason to be mad at me. Because I've been acting like an ass even before we stepped foot into Sowthunda. If I would, I'd probably go apologize to Derringer too, actually.
In all honesty, we were all kind of acting pretty bad, and it's no excuse for how we treated you.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Everly's gonna hug Validus if he lets her.
Of course he would. This man never gets hugs.
Arthas will just place a hand. Arthas will just place a hand on your shoulder and give you like a light smile. Wait, Riley, where's the our oath that we made? I thought it was in the pinned thing. I can't find it. Remember at the campfire before Isaac ditched us?
Yeah. I didn't.
Where did that go?
I know I didn't unpin it.
I can maybe find it. I think you sent it to our DMs, and we don't talk very much. Crow, let me just give me a second to look and scroll up.
Oh yes, it is.
Yeah,
in our
we don't talk
DMs.
very much.
Arthas will say, he'll put an arm on your shoulder and smile at you and say, "No more blame. We're past that. We just fix this. Fix everything. We're a party. We'll have each other's backs till the very end. Remember?"
Yeah. Let's just hope that we don't end up at each other's throats again in the UDF.
That one was, we got hints about what it was, didn't we?
Yeah, that one was famine. So if y'all start asking for seconds, the answer's gonna be no.
As long as we don't let any of us get stuck in our heads again, I think we'll be fine this time around.
You're not serious about the no, right? I grab you by both shoulders and I shake you. You're gonna feed us still, right? Like,
I'm
forget
gonna
famine.
feed you, I'm just not gonna feed you seconds. Catch that shit on your own.
Fuck. I genuinely go off into the distance, like, not literally, but mentally, just, I like...
The hunger curse is already taking over!
I disassociate for a second, I think about it, and I'm like, hunting, right, I've done that before, but I'm only good at catching rabbits. I've had rabbit too much. Maybe deer? I don't know. Fine. And I just, like, snap back to it.
Arvis just does the "there's nothing we can do" pose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to hunt, I'll teach you how to.
I know how to hunt. And I look away with my arms crossed. I'm just not stellar at it.
So you don't know how to hunt is what I'm getting.
That's not what I said. Anyway. We should probably get to it. These camps aren't going to pack themselves.
All right. Anything else?
And Arthas will kind of head off and just start helping again the rest of the time.
Other than that, no, I got nothing else to do. I will note though that Validus is doing his damnedest to stay away from Abel, because he knows that if he goes near him and starts talking to him, he's gonna turn to an argument on his half. So he's just staying away from him for now.
Abel, because of his exhaustion, has been delegated the role, because he does want to help, even in spite of his exhaustion, to more or less he's taking inventory for the Sky Dancer troop.
Yeah, Everly would have been like around him, just keeping an eye on him.
Mm-hmm. He would have tried to make pleasantries. Whether you responded to them is up to you.
Probably not. Or like if he did, it'd just be like just a grunt.
The entire time, even despite his exhaustion and the beating sun, Abel never stops smiling. That is until, as the sun is beginning to set for the day, as I feel like there's at least some tension in the air of like, things are going too well. The princess is gone. The Judicar is gone. When is the city going to explode?
Everly's a little nervous, but she's not showing it.
And as the tension...
Honestly,
trying not to think about it.
Arthas just doesn't care. Like, honestly, I don't think he's thought about the problems resolving. He just figured, like, well, we did our mission,
The
we're
Black
done.
Tusk are coming!
when everybody just laughed, Arthas was like, cool. Like, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. I don't think he knew what was going on.
Sweet, blissfully ignorant boy.
Yeah, he's just like, we succeeded. We're done.
We did it, Validus. We saved the city.
Yeah. Let's wipe our hands at this place and move on.
Everything else is not our problem.
As the sun is setting and as the tension for everybody except for Arthas is getting like to its snapping point, that's when you all begin to hear the murmuring. Because though I don't bring it up, the sky above you, even in Sowthunda, is still pink. But something's changed. As you all begin to take notice of people pointing up at the sky, anybody who looks up sees that those cracks around... At night, they're around the moon. And at night, in the day, the cracks are around the sun. And you all watch, to anybody who looks up, as the cracks begin to stretch further across the sky. With the slightest hint of blue now partially showing through the cracks.
Yeah. Validus will like squint up at the blue spot and like turn its head to the party. So, do you guys fully believe me now about the killing big monsters theory?
All I know is we're in it to the end now.
Yeah, even if Anastasia has to turn into a Venus flytrap and eat God knows what.
Yeah.
Too deep to back out now, right?
I say if we don't need to worry about it right now, it shouldn't be something on our minds. There's too much else we have to deal with.
Oh, I would love some water, thank you, says Abel in the background.
Well, that's the thing, Everly. I always worry.
She looks over at Validus.
This may shock you, but I am more worried than I am agitated.
Well, we have that in common.
I'm just too tired to be freaking out right now. I may have suplexed the embodiment of war into dust, but I'm gonna be honest, I still feel like shit.
Well, I think you definitely deserve a good rest, that's for sure.
And a good meal. I'm hungry.
Speaking of...
Now that I can agree with.
As discussions of the sky begin to wind down, there's ding, what sounds like, based on most of the workers' reactions, what sounds like food call. And you are all treated to a very nice meal. What are they serving today? Hold on, let me... Oh, hold on a moment. Give me just a moment. I forgot to pull out my dice.
Menu.
Ooh.
Sent you a DM, Riley, by the way.
Hi, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me, go ahead and roll that for me. Roll it to me directly, if you could.
Yeah. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's up the top. Terrible. Oh well, I'll roll with it. It makes sense.
Okay.
That was pitiful.
So, I will say, for most of the day, Arthas, you're able to kind of keep up appearances. Because, I mean, once you start work, of course you look a little grumpy when you're working. You're lifting heavy stuff. Obviously. But as the day kind of continues on and on, people keep glancing in your direction. And even your party eventually notices that the rest of the party notices that Arthas is kind of he's kind of forcing a smile right now. He's doing a decent job of keeping it up, but you know what a real Arthas smile looks like. It's full of sass and piss and vinegar, you know. But this is he's putting on his a stereotypical like noble smile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fake smile.
Mm-hmm.
Next time we pass each other, I like slap his shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? You look like you've shat yourself.
Well, hard work and armor is harder work. But I'm all right, and I'll continue loading boxes and stuff until I hear the dinner bell.
And for
Sounds
dinner,
like it's supper time.
For dinner, you have two options. They're making tiki masala for dinner. Those who want vegetarian options get forget what they're called now. Damn it. Is it white caps or are those poisonous? No.
I'm actually not sure.
No. Puffball. Puffball and red pepper tiki masala, or lamb tiki masala of your choice.
I'll take the regular. That sounds good.
I'll take the regular too.
So whatever.
Laura's taking the mushroom one.
Mm-hmm. Both are delicious. The lamb is absolutely actually. No, I would actually say the mushroom masala is way spicier. You can tell they add a lot more spices to your food, Lorian.
Good. Mm-hmm.
And dinner as you're surrounded by performers is, I mean, to anybody who's even walked into a theater club knows, it's just pandemonium all the time, always.
Val is just sitting there like eating his food, not really caring about the pandemonium. He's more like, how do I describe someone staring at someone else like without it sounding creepy?
Glaring.
Taking glances. He's taking
Leering?
glances at like Lore. A lot of glances towards Lore.
Funnily enough, Laura's doing the same, and I feel like whenever they meet eyes, they instantly like look back down.
Yeah.
at their food.
Look down at the food or like look anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Pretend like they weren't just staring at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Could I roll to see if I see that?
Absolutely.
Can I do it too?
Yeah, can I do it too?
What the fuck?
Yeah, can I do it free?
Hey,
Hey!
who the fuck
Oh, he
said?
just slipped in here.
Vanished.
Hey,
He snuck in!
but Fasina's already gone. Fuck.
You can always talk through my stone.
Hey guys. Hey guys, just went to the store.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hey guys, I'm back. Went to the
Guys, it
store.
started raining like 3 minutes after I left, so I came in the back door. Didn't want to do any of that work, so we've been hiding.
Rip up
I
those
smelled food.
fryers.
I smelled food from like a mile away.
Yeah. Hey guys, I smell food.
I heard
Is that tiki
Validus
masala?
apologizing and like had to come see.
Is that tiki masala? I love that stuff. Mushroom too. Wow. I'm staying.
Is that taking the salad Grievers?
It is indeed. They have mushroom.
I take it then that everything's okay, homie?
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
That's good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
Arthas can text Zeno though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Arthur just
Um,
on his phone texting Zeno at the table.
I can talk to him.
Hey, no phones at the dinner table, you know? Fucking manners. Put that shit away.
Are you my
Wait, wait, wait.
dad?
Hey dude, guess what?
Listen, guys, I'm joking, okay? I'm joking.
Not with that attitude.
Well, fuck. What do I do? God damn it.
Retcon it. It's fine. He actually
Retcon it,
stayed
do it,
behind.
man.
What we saw was an illusion.
He went to the store.
Fucking ditching work.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna retcon things just a bit. Then I guess.
No, it's fine. I can just listen. It's all good.
Are you sure? I feel bad. Okay.
How long ago was I gone?
You left at like the start of the session.
Sheesh. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Oh my god.
Like 6 hours ago in game.
Yep.
He went out for cigarettes.
Yep.
If it's okay with you, homie, we're just going to continue.
No, not okay. No, yeah, okay.
I'll figure something out for Zeno before the session's end. Or something, I don't know.
That's fine. That's okay. I've been slightly listening in. Whenever I got the chance. It's fine.
But aside from that, in terms of dinner, it's delicious, very flavorful. They give very nice rice. Food review opinions, and you are all granted lodging for the night.
Oh, about the perception checks. Did we
Right. Oh, my apologies. Yeah. So that was what the 16 and the 10 were for.
Catch
Yeah.
Lord Validus staring at each other.
All right.
Yeah, that's why I ended up like Everly's mind, which is Blake while eating.
Lori. Yeah, Everly. I'm sorry to say, the spices were too much for the white girl.
It's unfortunate for Everly.
Validus and Lori, can I get you to both roll me stealth to try and hide your glances?
For a stealth check without disadvantage, I think.
21.
Damn, Lorian's good.
6!
So
It makes sense. Lore's used to it.
He's fucking eyeballing.
So you know the meme.
Doesn't know how to flirt.
You know the meme of like, hey, look over there. Don't make it obvious. And it's just the sailors twirling to look. Yeah. It's not obviously that bad, but it's like
6
you're
with a natural 2.
Validus. You're not glancing. You're head turning towards Lorian and then quickly looking back down.
I hope Kanad doesn't notice that. He's gonna fucking wring my neck out.
All right, hang on. Well, now I actually have their sheet up, so let me check.
Oh, it's done for now.
Fucking had to call it out, huh?
Sir Validus, why are you flirting with my sibling? And poorly.
Hey, Validus.
You're gonna flirt good.
Can you roll me a courage check, please?
12.
All right, that's a 28. Hey, remember how a long time ago? Maybe the audience don't know about this. Kanan Ward is a relatively famous warrior and politician. Said he's so charismatic and so skilled with the blade that with a mere glance they could stop a charging dragon. Validus, you hear as I don't have one here, and it's fine. Actually, you know what? Hopefully you can hear this. You hear as Kanan's fork hits their plate, and when you kind of look up to see them, it's just you see the eyes of a hunter staring at you.
I imagine to make it worse, Lord is staring at Kanan. He sees that and just shrinks. He shrinks like a school child getting like the worst talking down of their life after they got an F on their report card.
Still staring at you. In case Lauren, you look to see this, you watch as Kanan brings a piece of mushroom and just crushes it between their teeth, still staring at Validus.
Food's great, Kanan.
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side of that, when Arthas sees Validus looking, and he doesn't quite see Lorian looking back, but he imagines there's something there. He's going to usually when he eats his food, he eats it like fucking Goku or Gohan. He just fucking stuffs it down and he's done. But he's been playing with it for a while, and he just sees that. He takes one more bite, he stands up, and he just kind of walks off from the rest of the group, just in seclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Arthas, where you going? The food's just great. Guys,
I'm taking a piss.
Tell Kanan that the food's great, please.
Oh, it's amazing. The spices in it, perfect.
By the way, Kanan's at a different table from you guys, but you can still feel the menacing aura from the next table.
Everly gives a thumbs up, and she's like trying to hold her cup. It's great. It's a little spicy.
Tears in your eyes.
He's not used to it. The high elf lady's not used to it.
Okay. Now, before we get to Arthas, does anybody want to do anything else before the end of tonight?
I mean, it depends on if I'm gonna get ambushed in my room by Kanan tonight. It's got assassins waiting up there already. Sorry, they.
If you want to talk to them tonight, we can.
Tonight's a bad night. It's a real
yeah, a
bad
little too soon.
Tomorrow.
Okay then. Allow me, if you would, a moment to grab some ambiance.
Ambiance.
where are you heading?
What's the topography kind of like in this area? Is there like any woods nearby, or just like an open space that's like hidden, or like my own personal tent, or a personal tent that I won't be bothered in, somewhere that's just secluded from the rest of the party or guests? It's dark, right?
It is, by this point, it is dark. Absolutely.
Then I'll just kind of go outside of the reach of the flames of like torches or any lights that might be, but still, close enough to the place that I can hear it at least. I'm not going to walk off just all the way, but you know what I mean.
I'm gonna do this one. As the music from the tent begins to slowly fade away. Oh. Alright then. Well, that was unfortunate, but welcome back everybody. Sorry about that. Are we ready to get back into it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So, Arthas, you said you were heading away from the tent, kind of away from the torchlight, towards the kind of the dark night.
Yeah. Yep. Heading far enough away that I can still hear the muted sounds of like the party, and the light's still in view, but away from any kind of eyes or any traffic of people or anything like that.
Alright then. As you kind of step further away from the tent, you see in the distance the city of Gambino proper is lit up, and there, not only behind you are the sounds of partying from a job well done of getting the Sky Dancer troop ready to ship out the next morning, but you also hear what sounds like sounds of celebration coming from the city of Gambino itself.
When I find a nice kind of like quiet spot, just kind of in the distance, I kind of stare up at the sky and look at the cracks kind of like forming, and I say, kind of like under my breath, to Fulmine, it's been a while since I last confessed. And then I unsheath my sword and stab it into the ground, take off my helmet and put it under my arm, and I kneel down, and I place one hand on the hilt of the blade, and just in a praying position for like a knight, I say, I was a fool. I once again let my emotions take over. This so-called domain of war got to me. I blame my own weakness for not seeing through its manipulations sooner. I'm glad our party were able to once again triumph over our foes. I should be happy, but instead I just thought that the princess held out hope that this Anastasia is the same one that saved me that day years ago. But after what I witnessed, it's hard to believe it's the same person. I still have hope, though. Please, Fulmine, take this anger from me. Help me like you did years ago. I need to be more focused. I swear to be better in upholding your values going forward. This path is harsh, but I know your guidance and my will. I know our party will overcome whatever challenges we may face. And I kind of stay silent for like a minute or so, and then just say, thank you, my goddess. And then I just hold my pose and just kind of remain silent for a bit afterwards.
Arthas, would you roll me a courage check, please?
I'll try my best. 14.
14. You feel a strong gust of the desert wind kind of brush past you, kind of gently, what feels it gently rolls across your cheek like a gentle hand trying to caress you as if to console you. You feel the presence of your goddess, even if only slightly.
I kind of raise my head and smile, kind of touch my amulet, and stand up and put my helmet back on and take one last look at the city, and then the tent's behind me, and pull out my sword and start heading back.
Could you roll me a dexterity saving throw?
I can. Dexterity saving throw. 15.
You suddenly begin to hear something go coming from behind you and hurtling towards you. And
I don't have my shield out right now, so...
As you hear it, you kind of like move your head as a piece of paper, a very large piece of paper, probably a poster, kind of flies by you and kind of gets caught on a rock nearby. It's a very colorful piece of paper.
I kind of go up to the rock and jab like the tip of it with my sword to keep it from blowing away, and kneel down and pick it up.
As you kind of...
I shall read.
Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking for something. As you read the piece of paper, it reads, "Come on down to Miss Clara T's for a very special, one of a kind, once in a lifetime fortune reading. 100% off coupon."
I kind of stare up at this guy and chuckle. I'll take this as a sign, I guess. And I look back to the tent, and is there like a address on it, or like a anything? Do I know if it's in the city, or do I know if it's like back at the tents? It's probably not back at the tents, right?
No.
Unless it is.
As you look at the piece of paper, it does read North Side, Gambino, near the Twin Fish fountain.
I head there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, YouTube. I didn't know why you wanted to show me that.
Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Was that what it was? Oh my god! Because that was in my recommendeds yesterday, and I was like, "Holy fuck! It's been years."
God, it's been years since I've heard that.
No, it's Cure for ADHD. 30 minutes of breakcore with a woman's head exploding.
Oh god! Yeah.
By the user Jiggle Squirt. Huh. All right. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks for judging me like that, I guess.
That's way worse. That's way worse.
All right. Anyway, let's see.
Dang it, crap! It's stuck in my head now.
You got badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom stuck in your head?
Yes.
My job is done. It's been stuck in my head for like the last couple minutes too, and I remembered it.
Alright, this is probably going to sound a lot creepier than I intended for it to, but better than playing Black Lake.
Creepy's good. I enjoy creepy. Which one of you motherfuckers? I'll find you.
Not me.
Wasn't me.
Oh,
yeah.
Alright, don't blame me. Don't blame me. Alright?
Quiet
What
in
if
the
it
back.
was me, huh?
Because I'm muted, you can't just throw my name out there.
Benefit of the doubt given to lore. has been taken away.
Ignore me.
We were trying to, but then you said, never mind. Anyway.
Then you quacked.
Arthas, as you begin
yeah.
journeying south into the north side of Gambino, you are met with a relatively welcome sight of people not fighting each other and killing each other in the streets. Unfortunately, it is replaced with people instead getting drunk out of their minds in just the middle of the streets as you hear music and laughter around you. And as you kind of make your way forward, I assume you kind of ask for some directions, like, hey, where are the twin fish statues?
Yes, exactly. I kind of sidestep drunks and step over bums and anybody passed out in the streets, and I just kind of, if I find someone that's merely stable enough that they can be coherent, hey, you've seen this address before?
Oh, yes. The twin fish? Yes.
Yes.
Take a right on this street and go for 2 blocks. It should be right ahead of you.
I give a nod and just head off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, Gerald, no, not the bread. And you hear the barmaid kind of try to go wrangle a rowdy customer. And then, before long, you see the twin fish statue. It's kind of exactly what you imagined. 2 very large. They look almost more like eels or catfish than like you might like your average carp. Spiraling around each other, an eternal game of cat and mouse. And at the base, Arthas, you see a familiar sight. Please don't be too creepy. That's too creepy. My apologies.
Lore accurate clarity.
That's what I hear behind the door, and I'm just kind of startled for a second, like, oh shit, all right.
Oh, it's her again.
Her. Got you.
Alright, I didn't want to have to do this. We have to do this instead. You see a familiar carriage or caravan before you. One that you last saw behind Castle Norian, of all places. Back when, before the wedding, before Anastasia took her current form, before you even really knew your party, when you were just banding together to save a poor servant from wolves. You see a caravan upon which there's a plaque that reads, Mademoiselle Clarity.
My eyes kind of widen a bit in recognition of the carriage, and kind of fond memories just kind of flood me for a second, and then I just kind of head there. Looking for like some kind of door, like I imagine it's one of the it's like a bigger kind of caravan with mobile kind of like home-like carriages in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. And there is a front door, it looks like.
The door. I'll find the door and kind of walk up to it and take a look at the paper, take a look at the door, make sure it's the right place, hesitate for a good like 30 seconds, go into the thinking man pose, sigh, and then just knock 3 times.
You knock once, you knock twice, and as you go to knock a third time, the door swings open before your knuckles can make contact with the wood, and you see Mademoiselle Clarity. It's been a long time since you've seen her. Both the party and our lovely audience. You see a beautiful woman in very fine, very very shiny purple silks. Her nails sharper than razors, her eyes almost glowing with this ethereal light. Her hair curly yet silky smooth as it kind of just gently blows as if there were a constant wind around her. As the door opens and you make eye contact with her, you see her big, full red lips kind of curl into a smile. Oh, mon ami! It's been so long, my dear. Where have you been? Come in, come in. Always happy to have a familiar customer.
I lower my arm and take my helmet off, put it under my arm, and follow her in. I close the door behind me.
As you close the door behind you, once again, you find yourself in an impossibly large space for the caravan you entered. It's like a full, like, Resident Evil style mansion inside here with pieces of artwork and pieces of what you hope are just artwork and not actual body parts. But considering what you've seen her do last time, who knows?
I kind of say under my breath, I go, never get used to that. Kind of look where she's heading and follow.
You hear underneath her dress the clicking of heels against the hardwood of this somewhat dark and cramped mansion space. And eventually she leads you into the room you were led before. A fairly typical arrangement for a fortune teller. A crystal ball upon the table, various sprigs of different herbs, and what you assume to be plants used for mystical arts, and a large, very imposing buckhead mounted upon the wall behind where you watch Clarice sit. I sense a lot of trouble and despair within you, mon ami. Where have you been? Where have your journeys taken you? Please, you must tell me. I can tell you what lies ahead.
Is there a seat for me that I can take?
There is, right across from her.
I'll kind of take my sword belt off and lean my sword against, I'm guessing there's a table.
Mm-hmm.
Place my helmet on the table and kind of sit down, slide closer, and well, where to start? It's been a long journey to get here. A lot of secrets, a lot of problems, but somehow we managed to stay among the living.
She smiles at that.
Anyway, is this your doing? And I flash the pamphlet, kind of like that's still in my hand. I can't quite help but think this is a coincidence.
Oh, no. And she'll kind of snatch, if you'll let her, she'll try to snatch the pamphlet out of your hand. This?
Yeah, I'll kind of hold it up at the table.
Oh, it's an odd thing. Past its expiration date. I am a fortune teller, mon ami. I do not create it. I do not forge it. I simply lay out the path for which must be traveled. But if you have it, then clearly there is someone out there who wants you to see me. Which is fine by me. I've been waiting to see you for a very, very long time.
So, how does this all work? I just sit still and you cast some kind of spell.
Well,
I'm still new to this.
I can detect a lot of discord in you, within your heart, within your soul. Is it not true?
I kind of glance away and beat her eyes again and nod.
Then I'm afraid my normal methods will not suffice this time. Much as blah 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 blah. As much as I'd love to prepare you a nice cup of tea to solve all your troubles, I sense that there's something more you're seeking today. So, and she'll kind of gently run the tips of her fingers over the crystal ball in front of her. I fear we may have to take a look deeper than most would find comfortable.
I place my hands on the table and kind of give a curt nod. Whatever you need to do.
She takes a deep breath. And a cloud will form inside of the crystal ball, as if like from nothing. So this is how you are now. The state of your heart. Turmoil incarnate.
Do I see what's also in the crystal ball?
You do. You see a very dark cloud. You swear you even see some lightning flashes. Like, not like traditional lightning bolts that strike the ground. More of, you know what I mean when I say like dry lightning?
Yeah, it's kind of like sparking a bit and just like there's like lights kind of flashing inside the cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly.
Is that what it looks like? It feels
Something,
like that.
something close. No doubt. Something a bit more metaphorical, but it will serve our purposes a bit better than simply tearing you open, Monsieur.
Kind of get a little wide-eyed at that.
I kid. But I do have a question to ask you.
What's that?
Miss Monsieur Gladius, do you remember your weakness and your strength?
He kind of like raises his chin in defiance for a second when she says weakness, like, I have none, but then kind of relents and if this was a couple months ago, I probably would only name my strengths, but I don't know anymore. Either.
Your weakness, your strength, your weapon and your undoing is your ambition, my friend.
Kind of looks down in recognition of that.
Your undying ambition. Your unquenchable ambition. It has led you to great heights. I sense deep, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Core strength finds itself deeply rooted within you. A physical, very material strength. Yet, you have yet to fill in the foundation that will bolster your physical strength.
I have been weakening myself to a point, if that's what you mean. I first and foremost trained with the spear and refused it in place of training because of seeing my sister in battle. I figured a swordsman, a master swordsman, would be what I shall become. And I stopped at nothing, hurt many people in order to gain the skills I have now.
Nice.
But in doing so, I feel like I shut off a part of myself.
You watch as her fingers kind of trace down the side of the crystal ball, and you watch as the clouds inside begin swirling. Monsieur Gladius, tell me, you worship Fulmine, do you not?
I do.
Then tell me, how is it that storms are created?
Well, until recently, I don't think Fulmine took a liking to me, even though she is very accepting in the ones that pray to her. When I was younger and going through what I can only imagine as my own hell, she was the only goddess that responded in a way that to me felt like helping. And even though I am probably not your average follower of Fulmine, my anger being what it is, I feel like the storm is a result of my intense emotions roiling when most only feel the, I guess, kinder emotions.
She puts up a finger as if to halt you. You are close, but you are missing one key factor. Even though you yourself,
I hold her attention.
Even though you yourself have already acknowledged what that factor is. You stifled your ambition. You trained with the spear. You are determined. You are bolstered by your dedication to the spear, and yet you stifled your own dreams, your own natural ability to chase the dream of another rather than your own. You put pressure on your ambitions. What makes a storm is pressure. And with storms come destruction, both good, necessary, and unjust. Flooding, death. You'll watch as she kind of slowly pulls her hands away from the crystal ball. You must remove the pressure. You must stop stifling your ambitions, Manzor.
I kind of look down at my blade and back to her. I'll try. But I've never told anyone this, but when I was growing up in my family, even though I was talented with the spear, no matter what I did or how many battles I fought to prove myself, I just went unnoticed. My sister, however, with her sword skills, it was like the whole family just lit up, and it gave them so much joy or admiration. I wanted that. I wanted that for myself. But I see what you're saying. It's probably for the best.
Arthas?
Yes.
You are devout before Mele, are you not?
Absolutely.
And would you despise me if I told you of what I worship?
Well, after what I've been through, unless you say Phobos, pretty much no.
Oh, no, nothing so crude. Nothing so basic, no. What I worship is no god. I worship humanity, or mankind, I suppose I should say. I worship the free will they are able to impose on the universe. A free will that not even the gods themselves possess. In a sense, I worship the sovereignty of mankind.
My eyes are a bit sparkly at that. Sounds kind of cool.
Sovereignty is what gives humanity, what gives all the races on the material plane the ability to grow, to change, to become more than just their natures. Is what allowed one to even slay a god once upon a time. But that's a story that is best long forgotten. Your sovereignty, the weapon and the weakness that I spoke of, it is your sovereignty. You would do well not to stifle it, my boy. It will take you places beyond your wildest imaginations.
Kind of closes his eyes and thinks for a minute or two. And in the silence, he just opens his eyes and gives her a nod. I appreciate this. I kind of stand up.
As you open your eyes, the cloud begins to calm down, turning back into a fluffy white cloud from which only, well, not white, but like a lighter gray, from which only rain pours down from.
Trying to give it a glance and smile just slightly, and grab my stuff and do I owe you payment?
Well, I suppose I never did technically put an expiration date on the poster, so... Oh, what the heck. Oh, I know. Next time, make sure to tell your friends. I wish to see what their sovereignties have become since the last we met. Just make
Very
sure
well.
to tell them to...
I'll mention it to them.
Tell them to pay a visit to Mademoiselle. Bye-bye.
I put my helmet on, tie my sword to my belt, and walk out.
As you get to the front door, you hear from behind you, "Oh, Monsieur?"
I look back.
You see her kind of leaning against the door frame of the door into her room into the fortune-telling room, and you hear her say, "On matters of the heart, do not despair and do not give up. Tenacity is the name of the game."
I kind of stand up a little straighter and look forward and open the door to leave.
You open the door, and it swiftly closes behind you.
He kind of stares up at the sky and just whispers, "Thank you," and goes back to camp.
Okay. When you get back to camp, most people are heading off to sleep, and you already know where your lodgings are, so if you'd like, you can either get some of the probably cold by this point food that's left, or head to bed.
He'll skip the meal, and exhausted as he is and kind of mulling over the thoughts that he has, he kind of just takes a deep breath and walks into where he's going to sleep and gets ready for bed and falls asleep.
Hell yeah. Anybody else want to do anything before the night ends?
No, I don't think so.
I can't think of anything right now.
All right.
I'm good.
As you all rest up and get ready for the day ahead of you, you all begin to drift into the realm of the dreams. And all but one of you has a nice long night of rest without any interruptions. Lorian.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need anything for this? You know what? No. As you fall asleep that night, Lorian, as your eyes open, you know you're in a dream. You always do. But you're not in your usual place. You're not just in the endless expanse of the dreamscape, the endless desert that makes up the land of dreams. Rather, you're in a hut made of some nice material, what looks like some old boar skin, you'd guess.
Does it look?
Mm-hmm.
You go.
No, go ahead.
Does it look like anyone's around, or like there's a reason for Lore to specifically be here? Like why it's different?
You're kind of, as you kind of pull up your head, you feel you're on a bedroll, a big step down from the oh so nice bed you actually got to sleep on this night. And you see sitting across from you a roaring fireplace separating you and what looks like a massive orcish woman who's sitting and kind of poking a stick into the fire to make sure it stays lit.
Has anything like this ever happened before, or Lore?
Well, ever since you awoke to your abilities with the sand, the closest you can remember is, going to speak with experts on certain abilities and gaining their knowledge, but this is more of, you've never been pulled, except by your mother, you've never been pulled into any kind of dream.
I think you wanted me here?
Yeah, that's right. No, stay comfy on... don't get up and get uncomfy on my account.
Well, I mean, if I knew where I was, I might be a little bit more gracious, I guess.
As you kind of...
Who exactly are you?
As you peer over the fire, you think at first that her skin is just kind of getting... it looks different because of the light of the fire, but as you kind of get up and rub your eyes, you realize, no, what sits before you is a one-armed, kind of bronze-skinned orcish woman, with a very beautiful face, two very large tusks protruding from her bottom lip out of her mouth. She wears a typical, what you would guess to be barbarian garb, animal skins and fangs and leather straps, holding the facsimile of an outfit together. You see as she kind of finally throws the stick into the fire, she kind of sits up and says, "Name's Refute. And you're, what was it? Larian?"
Close enough. Lorian, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've actually heard about you. Stuff is starting to make a little bit more sense.
Funny, I've heard a lot about you, too. So, I hope you don't... And you kind of watch as she begins to stretch. You see, this is the most, well-defined in terms of muscle person you've ever seen. The phrase... You actually think the phrase, "you could grind cheese on those abs," would actually apply here.
Damn.
But you watch as she stretches, she goes,
Impressive.
"So I gotta know." And she'll lean forward, almost kind of Slav squatting almost, except she's sitting on a log. So, be honest with me. You're going for him, aren't you?
I mean, no disrespect, of course. I would like to, but there's kind of a lot going on with the world, I don't know if now's the right time for it all.
Oh, don't give me that. And besides, if we want to start talking disrespect, I got that to throw around in spades. In fact, you know what? Let's get that out of the way, just so we can have a pleasant conversation from there on out. Now, as his wife, I think I'm sure there's some stupid law that the Humies use, that something like, what is it they say? I'm legally obligated, whatever the hell that means, to ask, or to say, I don't appreciate you getting all handsy with my man. But you know I'm dead, so what the hell am I gonna do about it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he would still wait if you asked him.
That boy would wait for the stick of butter to melt in the sun before he dared put it over the fire.
He'd wait for it to melt on the ice if you told him to. Well, he talks about you.
Yeah, I know. I've got... Not requests, I have a few demands. Alright. First of all, cut it out with the whole, oh, there's a lot going on. Yeah, you know what? There was a lot going on with me when we got together too. You know, I was literally surrounded on all sides by enemies who could, and I think occasionally did, try to kill me, but just at a moment's notice. You've got friends surrounding you. You got time. In fact, you should be taking that time when you have the time to relax. That's when you should be sorting stuff out. That's how a warrior does it.
Fair enough point.
Now, demands.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You gotta boss him around a little, okay? You gotta make sure he actually takes care of himself, because heaven knows he won't do it himself. Don't worry, he's a sweetheart. He's not that high maintenance. Just, you know, every once in a while tell him, hey, go do this thing for yourself. Go do that thing, because, love the big guy, but like, have you ever seen him once eat a steak? Like the entire time you've known him?
I mean, does he like steak? I figured he just
Steak is his favorite food.
didn't really have any preferences.
Like literally his favorite food. I literally couldn't, like, when there was steaks around, even the orcs, the biggest orcs in the camp couldn't stop this man from getting first in line. It was ridiculous. And yet now he is like moping about, not eating steaks or any like decent food. What does he eat? Unseasoned rabbit?
Basically.
Shit. Ionia, help this poor sod. So yeah, you gotta be pushy. You gotta be a little bossy, you know?
Noted. Mm-hmm.
Second demand, no matter what, no matter how... Listen, Validus has I think it's a fetish, but he has this big thing about giving people gifts. And no matter how dumb it is, and don't get me wrong, they're not all dumb, but like, no matter what I'm trying to say, even if it doesn't make sense to you, why he'd be giving you this thing, just take it. Take it, keep it with you. Heck, most of the times it's pretty useful stuff. And it really makes him happy to see you using it. I know it makes him happy whenever you use your dagger.
I have seen him smile quite a few times when I stab things, yeah.
She nods sagely. And third demand. Don't let him revive me. I lived a good life. And better yet, I died a good death. And unfortunately, he's not going to understand that. It's not his fault, but he just won't. They're just trying to make him so happy. Make him so happy that he won't feel the need to try and bring me back, because if he does, I'm gonna tell him no. I'm not. I don't want to come back. I don't want to see. I don't know what would happen if I did that to him.
I will try my absolute hardest. I don't think I've ever heard that one before, so.
I mean, like I said, I died. I think I died the best possible death I could get. Short of, fighting like a lich or something, but ain't one of those been seen in like 30 years, and I don't think I'm gonna get the chance, to be honest. Even if I did, how do you even kill a lich? Like, do you just stab it, or is it one of those weird ones where you have to find a thing in a room, and then you have to break it, and then you can kill it? Like werewolves. Fucking hate werewolves.
I mean, somewhere, well, no, I guess, well, yeah, somewhere around here, Cacophony, the old king, is still kicking around. He killed a lich, quite famously, if you want to pull a bit and ask him.
God. Couldn't even save any from me. Honestly. Oh, men of his era were such selfish bastards.
Yeah, I don't think he did a lot of saving anyone for anyone else.
Not from the stories I heard, anyway.
Fight or otherwise.
Then I guess I'll leave him to you. Oh, and if you break his heart, you won't ever wake up again. Okay, bye. And then, just like that, you find yourself back in the dreamscape as a swirling vortex of sand just aimlessly drifts away from you.
Laura's just kind of standing there, a little shell-shocked, like their jaw would be dropped, or their jaw would be dropped if, like, almost, just like the what even just happened. Looking impressed, to say the least.
And with that, as the rest of the party gets their sleep for the night, that's where we're going to take our break. And again, I'm so sorry, chat, for the internet. I don't know what happened. I hope... We're live, right? I hope we're live. God, let us be live. We're live.
We are.
Alright, cool. Alright, we'll be back in 10. See you then.
Yep.
Refute really did just come and say, look, bitch. Go for it, right now.
Man, Val's is pretty basic with their only steak favorite food, huh? To be honest, that's typically what a barbarian would eat for.
Well, he doesn't really like alcohol, so he can't have like the alcohol and steak combo,
Luke.
Valdez will just eat anything. He just doesn't want to half the time. Because he's bitchy like that,
Eat your favorite food, man. Stop being all sad. Fuck.
There's a lot of things for Valdez to be sad about.
Stop being sad. Eat your favorite food.
I'll be right back.
I think you'd have to tell all the grievers to stop being sad.
I think he's the last person to be like, don't be sad.
Right.
He's the last person to say that. It'll be better coming from anybody else. Man's the most sad. Him and then probably Emily.
Yeah, I think Everly's a close second for being the saddest.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, Lorian lost like most of the Nimble Nine as well.
I'm back. What happened?
Hello. No, I was just discussing who's the saddest in the party. We agreed that it was probably Valus. And then I was like, maybe Emily second. And then I was also debating whether or not it might be Lore because they lost like most of the Nimble Nine. Only like a few of them that's survived it, right?
That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. At least Kanan's fine. But Kanan's not a part of the Nimble Nine, so.
Okay, Laura, what are your intentions with my husband?
About to say something, and she's like, nope, not fast enough, do it now. You're thinking it too slow. Taking it too slow, do it more straightforward and direct.
Listen, Laura, I love my husband. He's great. He's got a big heart. He's kind of stupid though. Don't try and drop little hints. Just tell him that you think he's hot. Like, make it as obvious as you can.
Luke gameplay for real.
Luke gameplay for real. Only there's no fighting for 3 days and 3 nights with Validus.
That's true. He doesn't have that type of thing. Trust me, he's never gonna pick up on it himself. He's gonna have to be told. He's gonna have to be told.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sylvia just sitting on the sidelines, just like wanting to destroy the person who was flirting with him.
Oh, the guy?
Godfrey.
Yeah.
Godfrey, yeah.
Even though she likes him, it's just like, I hate that I like him.
You want to maybe like go get something to eat? Yeah, I mean, yeah, food is food.
Sylvia, screw you for doing something I couldn't do.
Screaming internally. How did you make
That was
so
fun.
easy? Oh my god.
Don't worry, Sylvia has plans.
This shit is good so far.
I like Refute. She's so cool. Shame she's fucking dead.
Died, yeah.
She's amazing. I love her.
She's great, bro.
Yeah.
You could grade cheese on her abs. Like, damn, bro.
Well, I mean, you can't grade it because it would melt because she's too hot. I mean,
True.
Damn the barbarians and being hot all the time. Like, Jesus.
It's literally like running a furnace in the inside of his chest. You know?
Right?
Just fish yourself out, bro.
Once again, we bear witness to the glory of muscle mommies.
Muscle
Muscle mommies for the win! Death by
Bear witness!
Thank God Valdez has that healing factor. Otherwise, he would have been dead on his wedding night.
Death by snoo.
Death
There's
by
one thing-
Just scrape him off the floor.
If there's one thing I've learned from my wife, Refute, it was endurance.
It was
Oh,
Oh god,
endurance.
yeah.
Endurance. Oh, dear.
Validus, it's time. It's time for your 4 p.m. hunting session.
Yes, honey.
Damn!
Or the rabbit this time.
Yes, honey.
But I'm always the rabbit.
Cries. I'm always the rabbit.
I was about to say Valdez is definitely one being hunted here. know who wore the pants.
This is,
Well,
is
yeah,
neither, because they lived in a desert.
Yeah, exactly. Refute looked at Validus, said, "I can fix him," and then not only fixed him, but like made him better.
Yep.
And then
Fixed
in
him,
comes
made him
Artaro and
bitter.
smashes all the progress.
Yeah. Made him bitter, fixed him, gave him 2 kids, you know.
Died.
Died, gave him trauma. Alright, I'll go back to the shadows now.
We know you're there.
I like how you said that. That was funny.
I know.
I just imagined your silhouette just like walking out of the room and closing the door, like we were just in some room.
Let's do the peace out symbol and fade away.
yeah, just fade away. Back to the shadows I go.
You know, if it was an actual, like, we were all in a room playing D&D, he's just standing in the corner, he's just, like, doing the eyes thing.
Yeah.
He's just, like, watching.
He
I'm
goes
in the
behind
corner.
nearest couch. He goes behind the nearest couch, hands and, like, eyes are just peering over. Just like,
Right?
Or better yet, he crouches and then we all go like, huh, must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
God damn it, homie. Well, good news, guys. We're already behind schedule from what I intended. So
Hell yeah. The yappers do it again.
Aren't we all? Isn't this how we always goes?
We really should have called this party the Yappers, huh?
The Yappas.
Nah,
Yap
that's
no
what the
jutsu.
Southern Sea party's called.
The Yap no Jutsu. We must talk them to death.
You're gonna talk me to death. Anyway, I'm kidding. We ready to get started?
Plan. What do you mean? I'm ready.
All right. As I said, especially after Lorien and Refute finished their talk, everyone enjoys a restful night. Everybody may gain a long rest.
Yay.
If you even really need it, I suppose.
I also want to throw it out there because it might not be mentioned for my Daydreamer feat, you know. I took Intimidation in honor of Refute. Laura learned how to be scary from her for the next day at least.
Yeah!
Hey.
Epic.
As you wake up, Lorien, a small fang-like charm will hang from your belt. And with that, as you all wake up,
activated.
get ready for the day. You all walk outside to find sitting in the middle of the courtyard, as if waiting for you, are Abel Cainsworth and Kanan, who, the latter of which looks very sleepy.
Oh.
The first thing I do when I see Abel is I throw back his symbol,
With a smile, he catches it.
acknowledging that he's still here.
So who looks sleepy, Kanan or
Kanan.
Abel? You look tired, Kanan.
as per your agreement with Abel, you are the only ones out here this early in the morning. Also, so yeah, you're kind of just sitting out in the middle of the courtyard, where nobody is, and as Kanan kind of opens their blurry eyes to look at you, they go, "You try getting up this early? Oh, on a non-regular basis?"
I kind of look at Valdis when he says that, and just be like, "We do."
No, never mind.
When you're not used to it, they mean.
What time do you usually sleep? Until...
Well, the birds are still singing, so usually later than this.
You gonna be okay to cast your spell?
No, I'm not that fragile, boy. I can cast it. No problem. And as you say that, Arthur, or as he says that, God damn it. Arthas Abel. Abel smiles and stands up. So then, are we ready to get this whole shindig down, or do you have a few more things you need to get done before we can, before you can get to me? I understand you're all very busy.
The sooner we do this, the sooner we can hopefully, or I can hopefully start, not liking you.
Mm-hmm. Now then, now while I do appreciate this, Mr. Gladius, if you wouldn't actually mind while we're doing this, would you mind still holding on to this holy symbol? Just so nobody thinks I can't cast no spells while this whole thing's going down.
I just shrug and walk up and take it gingerly and walk back to the group and stand firm.
Before you walk away, he goes, "Oh, and there is one more thing."
Yes?
To be very clear, I am not asking for it to have it back. But I am asking that sword in your possession. Yeah, I see it.
I'll let Valdis decide if you can see it or not, and I walk away with the symbol after the interrogation.
His smile
The
falters
first
a bit.
question is,
All right then. And bear with me on this. You watch, and as if he's done it before, in one swift motion, Abel fully removes his vestments, stripping himself down to just the loose cloth pants he has on underneath, and he kind of tosses his vestments onto a nearby chair. Now, who has the first question? Oh, but before that, good friend, I assume sibling of Sir Lorien, would you be so kind? And as Abel takes a seat on the ground, Kanan will cast Zone of Truth. Let me check real quick.
When I'm standing with the group while he's casting the spell, I'm going to lean into Valdis and kind of like put my hand up to my lips and go to his ear and whisper, "Zeno gave me his sword and he knows about it. You should probably have a question ready to ask him what the fuck this thing even is.
Yeah, I was going for that first, especially when he brought it up.
Alright. And like I said, it's your decision after all this is done.
As the magical zone of truth, you watch as the ground beneath Abel turns into like a facsimile of the night sky, stars included. And you watch as Abel kind of closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. And Kanan says, "He didn't resist my spell."
Well, that's a good sign.
And so, as the DM, allow the interrogation of Abel Cainsworth to begin. Buckle in, audience. We're probably going to be here for the rest of the session.
Damn, no faith in that we'll get it done fast, okay?
Bro, it's 8:30. I expected us to be get done with all that stuff by 7:30. Well, to be fair, it was also the internet. But anyway.
Why do you want to see the sword?
Abel kind of stretches his neck, and you watch as he very, you feel actually like it seems like a very deliberate choice as he puts he's sitting cross-legged, and you see he puts his hands on his knees, or rather like his legs, right, with his palms on his legs and fingers like kind of stretched out. So that they are very visible. And he'll kind of smile at you and say, just so you know, I will potentially be declining certain questions if I feel that they can't give if the answer I give won't be a very direct or potentially will be a easily misinterpretable answer. Just so we're clear. Now, to answer your question why I want to see that sword, well, first of all, it was in my possession and thus is my property. And B, it is a holy symbol of my faith. It is rather important to me.
Does he look like he wants to say something else, but doesn't?
Roll an insight.
Can any of us roll an insight?
Absolutely.
Yeah, can I try as well?
Okay.
10.
Same.
23.
Oh, no, less than that. It was
That's
a 6
basically
out
like,
of 9.
why do you want to see it?
7.
Because I asked.
Because it was mine.
Because it's mine.
I mean, technically, we did take it from his house.
Xeno the little thief.
Technical.
Xeno's the
It
little
was
thief.
stolen.
Lorian,
Mm-hmm.
how do I describe this? It does seem like there's more to say, and there does seem like there's something he's not saying, but you don't sense he's being malicious about withholding the information.
Alrighty.
Does anyone else want to ask questions? By the way, of course.
Can I ask one?
Yeah, sure. Please do.
What does the holy symbol mean? You know, like Kinsados has the sheep and cloud and sand motif. What is the sword?
The sword is a bit complicated to explain, as is the symbol. Are you okay if before I answer, are you okay if I go into a bit of a long-winded diatribe?
I am.
I see
Anyone
no
else?
problem. The more information you give is probably better.
He nods.
I have to agree with that.
So, just real quick before I go into his explanation, the answer of your question. Yes, anybody can ask questions as long as, you do it one at a time. B, the outcome of this is decided by what... Not the outcome, but I should say, make sure you take the time to carefully consider what the question is that you're asking. The right question will get you very far in this conversation. Now then, I suppose I do owe you all a bit of an explanation. What was it? Mr. Durge, you said when I broke my holy symbol, I was, and I quote, erasing evidence. Is that correct?
Yep.
And you think it's evidence because you believe this symbol represents Phobos. Is that correct?
I don't think. I'm pretty damn sure. Cause that same symbol is also on everyone's eyes.
That is incorrect, Mr. Durge. Well, no, not incorrect, I suppose. How do I say this? The same shape as the symbol appears in everybody's eyes because of certain unfortunate circumstances. This is not a symbol of Phobos. It is a symbol of my goddess, the goddess of madness.
You're gonna hate when I say that madness is actually the name of the eye disease caused by Phobos.
We
I'm
also
aware.
have to let him get a chance to talk.
No, he's actually entirely correct. And
Yes.
it pains me to say that. Here's where you're right. The symbol and the shape that appears in everyone's eyes is in fact the same. That is correct. Unfortunately, it is incorrect to say that my goddess and madness, the disease anyway, have anything to do with each other. At least, not anymore. The power of madness no longer belongs to my goddess. Now, admittedly, I did tell you one untruth when we first met. My goddess is not named Nocturna. It is what I call her, because I don't have any other name to call her. She does not know her own name. Long time ago, back before any of us, any civilization that we know today, was even a thought in anyone's mind, there existed a single god. A god so powerful and frightening that both gods and mortals feared them. But one day, that god died, and they split apart. And the pieces of that goddess were lost and confused. More than that, they were scared and desperate in this new world, unsure of their own purpose. and you all watch as like this dark look, this though he smiles, you can see anger in Abel's eyes as he says, and so they began to cannibalize one another, vying for power to become the most whole of each other. Unfortunately, my goddess was the unlucky one. Phobos took the power of madness, though not the concept, away. And he'll kind of like lower his head and be quiet.
Validus' eyes wide, kind of like looks to who has the book. It's Everly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everly, I'm not great at putting things together sometimes. Does what he said sound familiar?
I
It does.
think so.
The children's book, right?
The children's book.
Mm-hmm.
What was that name again in there? Noctasia?
Is there
Yeah.
any reaction when that's said from Abel?
Abel does look up. Noctasia. And that explains it. The reason I call my goddess Nocturna is mostly because it's a made-up name. The only piece of her old identity she could ever give me was Noct. I sort of just made up the rest to, I don't know, give her some sort of identity to cling on to.
Well, to your credit, you weren't super far off.
He watches, he kind of
So
like
how did-
blushes and goes like, oh, thank you.
So then how did Noctasia end up in a book? And we mean that literally because we talked to her through a book.
Yeah, she was communicating us through this book.
Also, if she's the god who broke into pieces, again, how is she talking to us if she doesn't exist anymore?
As I said, she broke into many pieces, and they began to consume each other. I don't know what that is in that book per se. Say it's called. What's it called?
It's just the Three Hungry Sisters, and it's slightly different from your story. Only one sibling ate the others. The person who we believe is Phobos.
Wait.
They will look when the title is said.
He looks confused.
Like, is he like?
Um,
Okay.
Being confused,
I might have it.
Everly will, she'll take the book out and just like, she'll step back away from him and just show him from afar.
What are you gonna say, Arthas?
guys, I have a stupid question. But how many pieces did they break into? Was it the same number of pieces that the ley lines are? Because if a powerful god, as powerful as it may be, what if the ley lines are just those pieces? I mean, Anastasia definitely seemed really hungry when we got close to that thing. And there's guards, and
Yeah, that's the other thing. If Phobos, so we're definitely. Druzba said that Anastasia was an Azamar.
Abel raises his hand.
Yes, Abel.
I'd like to provide some clarification, if it's alright.
Go ahead.
Now, in case you're wondering, how did I get all this information? It's because my goddess, I will still refer to her as Nocturna, if that's alright with you. Nocturna, her memory, she barely, as I said, she doesn't know who she is, or at least her identity specifically. But occasionally, and I do mean occasionally, I've had to gather this story over the course of 10, 15, 20 years now, I think it's been. Occasionally, memories will resurface. She'll remember bits and pieces, and no chronological order, I assure you, of her past. And from what I understand, it wasn't the old goddess wasn't just broken up into pieces. She was shattered into so many, a cosmic amount of pieces, that only each other piece could hope to find. It's possible that one of those pieces, a more core piece of that old goddess, found itself lodged inside that book of yours. That is a theory. I can't say that for certain, but that is a theory.
Would that
So
also
then-
maybe explain the amulet that Princess was wearing during the wedding?
Maybe. That's probably another piece. But hold on. Gods make Azamars. If the original god, who may or may not be Noctasia, we don't know. That's just a theory. Because Noctasia was already fully aware of madness when we spoke to her. But if Phobos is not a parent god, then how the hell could Anastasia be an Azamar of Phobos?
Did we ever get confirmation that she was an Azamar of Phobos specifically? Or
No, but
was that more that's
given the
out of
fact-
character? I'm asking.
oh, we didn't. But I mean, all signs point to yes.
Okay. Mhm.
Phobos is kind of. What the fuck am I saying? God damn it.
Phobos appears in the corner.
Yeah.
You know, just
Hi,
fucking.
guys.
Pho- Phobos just appears
Hi,
behind you.
guys.
Like, you broke my toy. Anyway, no, Phobos does not appear. Abel scratches his chin, kind of in contemplation. Mysteriouser and mysteriouser.
Anyway, we're getting off track, and we still need to read her the book and tell her what happened. If I may move on.
Yes, indeed.
So, the veins of Vicar are actually people,
Are they?
and
It's news to me.
well, they're more like things. But the point is that it's not just like a pit with funny golden fluid in it, or whatever the hell. It's an actual entity. And they were very clear that they're not a fan of Phobos. In fact, they say that their whole existence is to stop Phobos. So when we kill them, how the hell does that stop Phobos as per your prophecy?
Abel kind of he's like nodding along as you're kind of explaining your question. And when you finally finish, he kind of stops for a moment and kind of like thinking man pose. Now, Mr. Durge, I hate to inform you, I don't actually have a proper answer for you. I can give you my speculation, my theories, but I am, in a sense, just the messenger. I called upon my goddess, upon Nocturna, for some kind of an answer. And she gave to you what she gave you. I hate to say it, but I mean, as a worshipper, I have no choice but just have faith in what she said. On my honor as a cleric, I promise you, if you follow that prophecy, the curse will be broken. I promise
you think that the curse will be broken. What I think is that Nocturna is in cahoots with Phobos.
Validus, please roll me a perception check.
$13.
You see, as soon as you say that Nocturna and Phobos are working together, you watch as Abel's nails dig into his knee. You see his nostrils flare. He keeps his smile, but you see him kind of struggling to keep himself composed.
Don't get me wrong.
Mr. Durge.
The entities that...
Mr. Durge. I would really appreciate it if you wouldn't go around making such baseless accusations.
I wouldn't call it baseless if your goddess asked us to kill the prison guards. Unless Nocturna doesn't actually know how to solve this.
As I said,
regardless. Go
please
on.
stop interrupting me, Mr. Durge. As I said, I will not speak on behalf of my goddess. I don't dare to say I know what she knows. My guess is that it ain't Phobos necessarily that's causing the curse. As you said, the things in the vein of Ichor are there to stop Phobos, and their solution is to cause this curse upon this land?
They did say that they were going to stop her by any means necessary, even if they had to destroy the Northern Sea.
I'm not saying that Phobos is good by any means necessary. By any means, I mean. Oh, that was a DM flub. What I'm saying is, we asked Nocturna for a way to end the curse, and she gave it to us. But I can assure you, Mr. Durge, there is no being in the universe who would be willing to work with Phobos less than Nocturna. In case you forgot, as I had mentioned previously, Phobos stole the power of madness from my goddess. I don't think they're friends, Mr. Durge.
If I may pose a theory, just a theory, I'm not saying anything is fact. If we're still assuming that Noctasia was the original god before getting shattered, if the pieces often don't seem to remember who they were, is it not possible that they could be convinced or persuaded by Phobos? Because if you don't know who you are and someone starts telling you who you are, you're going to be inclined to believe them, right?
No. I know Phobos ain't been contacted her. I know that for a fact. He watches he returns to being calm once again. Because the truth is, Nocturna's been with me. Directly with me. Since we met all those years ago.
It's kind of like bangs his fist against his forehead repeatedly a few times. So even if we manage to destroy all the fears, we have no actual way of stopping Phobos, who's still a problem. So in other words, we're back to square one.
I disagree.
What do you mean?
Sorry,
you continue.
No, you go ahead, Lorian.
What do you mean she's been with you all this time?
You watch him actually kind of like tilt his head, like thinking, like, should I not? Before he finally says, "It's a bit difficult to show you, but if you're willing to trust me for just a moment, I can show you."
It has to do with the sword?
It does have to do with the sword, yes.
Then can you answer one of my questions first?
Absolutely.
How'd you get it? The sword. Or your holy symbol. How did you acquire it? When you said it was a holy symbol, I didn't believe you at first. But how else would you know I have it when Zeno was the one carrying it the entire time, and he's long gone? So it has more of a connection to you than just an ordinary staff or sword.
Lowers his head for a moment. You'll watch Arthas as he kind of looks at you, but you get the feeling he's kind of looking past you for a moment as he says, "Universe just straight up ain't keen on me having friends, is it, old girl? I suppose I have no choice." The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, and Lorian, oh, my apologies, Lorian and my horsey friend, nods. A long time ago, a long time ago, some 30 years now, I died. The most true and proper death one should be able to achieve. No means of resurrection, no truly good deeds to my name, and no one left to mourn me. Some people I thought I could trust. Some people I wanted so badly to trust betrayed me. And I died. And I thought that was it. I should have stayed dead, frankly. Until, for some reason, from a will beyond my own, I woke up. And I had to move forward, and eventually, I found that sword. And I met my goddess. And she saved me. Some lowly, low-life, no good bastard like me, she saved me. And I had to do what I could to repay her. Even though she wasn't really all there, to be honest.
The ones who betrayed you, was one of them named Samson?
You watch for a single second. Abel stops smiling. And then it returns. That would be him.
I see, so... Well, we weren't sure if you were alive or not, so I went through the liberty of reading some of your journals.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about him a lot, but I didn't get far enough.
Of course I would. He was my childhood friend. I've spent my whole life with the man.
I didn't get far enough to find a reason for the betrayal, but it did speak of... You had a passage that said that he could never walk again, and he stopped talking to you after a while. How could someone who can't walk again betray someone as strong as you?
Kind of looks to the ground. You, my friend, never knew anyone like Samson. Dear, dear Samson. He would have been the next morning, Canaan. Mark my words, if I hadn't fucked up. But I did. I hurt him so bad that all the time, all the good memories of all the love we shared as friends, as comrades, as brothers, all just like mist, it just evaporated. I can hardly say I blame him. But the truth is, he still betrayed me. And I died. As for how someone like that could betray me, the simple phrase is called hiring some muscle. As strong as I was even back then, I had to beat 5 other equally strong adventurers. All by your lonesome. Well,
So
I had
you die and
I had a
then
few
you
extra
come back?
monsters on my side, but they made quick work of those.
So you die and you just come back and that's it? Did you make some kind of bargain?
She wanted to, part of it was she wanted to see the world, and the other was, well, funny enough, it seems that my promise, my goal, is the same as yours is now. In exchange for my life, I had to, obviously, she's a goddess, I had to become her servant, her devotee. More importantly than that, I swore to her that day I would kill Phobos.
If I may, if anyone wants to stop me, you can. I start to walk closer to him and reach into the bag of holding, and you only get one chance if anyone wants to stop me. Otherwise, I'm...
1 second, Arthas. Is that how you betrayed Phobos? And if we don't publicly know that lore, then I rescind that. But I'm pretty sure as a group we know that...
Yeah, I think... I'm almost certain that Everly, when explaining, like, hey, yeah, Phobos contacted me, right? Right, Everly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she told everybody.
I think it took, like, a session to fully get there, but I do think that happened, so...
Yeah, I'm fairly certain Everly explained it.
There's a moment before Abel just kind of, like, narrows his eyes. I did what now?
You heard me.
Everly also step up then. Yeah. What they said is true, and she also wanted you dead.
He blinks a couple times, and you just hear, like, the SpongeBob blink sound effect. Hold on a moment. So, a horrifying evil goddess, or part of an evil goddess, that cosplays as a sicko owl harpy woman, who was, as you described, trying to get you to kill me, told you that I betrayed you. And you believed her?
To be fair, I didn't.
Actually, I asked how you betrayed Phobos. right? But she also told us that you betrayed us too. So maybe you can get into how you did that as well. And I'm not saying I believe her, but until you say definitively, well, under that spell that you did not,
I did
I'm
not.
gonna go with it. Alright.
It is literally my life mission to kill Phobos. I would never in a million years willingly work with that owl.
So it was just more manipulations then.
I'm not surprised.
Takes a moment, and then he's actually going to like bow his head. I do apologize to you all. If I'd been more open with you when we first met, I suppose maybe these misunderstandings wouldn't have happened, but you do have to understand we had just met, not even a few hours ago.
We're getting it all cleared up now. That's the important part, right? And I do apologize for being so, I'm trying to think of the word. Judging is not the right word.
If you mean being harsh, then it's fine. This ain't the first time this has happened.
The more emotional reaction we can get, the better. I'm sure you understand.
He nods. And he smiles at you.
Well,
Sorry, go on, Crow.
Oh, I'll let you say something, but I'm about to give him his sword, so...
If my unfortunate theory is true that Anastasia might somehow be an Azamara Phobos, what are your intentions with her then?
So just so I'm making sure I'm understanding the question correctly, you mean you're asking me if she does turn out to be an Azamara Phobos, what do I intend to do? Correct?
Correct.
What happened? May I ask some questions of my own to give you a more solid answer to that question?
You may.
If you're willing to share. What happened to Anastasia when you were in that, when you were in the vein of Vicar? And Anastasia kind of seems to like kind of focus when he asks that question.
Stops writing fan fiction briefly.
Fan fiction stops.
Well,
on pause.
Even before we got there, she began drooling from a mouth that she doesn't have, and also she could barely walk. We could hear her stomach, like she hadn't eaten in months. And the closer we got, the worse it got, until it just stopped once we actually got to the ichor itself. As once it was exposed, she charged forward, her face splitting open like a living nightmare, and in the most literal term, she ate it. Convulsed on the ground, and the world collapsed.
And then, after that all happened, the material plane returned to its proper state, you could say.
And the area affected by the corruption lifted almost immediately. Make no mistake, I do believe that these fears, that these things keeping Phobos in her pen, do need to be stopped, since them simply existing causes absolute anarchy. Don't get that mistaken.
I have one more question. During your travels, did you also hear about people saying they were going to kill the princess in the castle of Norfaira?
Yeah, that's been a common one.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of closes his eyes and his brow kind of furrows. Then to answer your question, I'd want to see her kept safe and out of the hands of any who would try to kill her. Or even take her away from this place.
Wow, this is getting Derringer flashbacks.
I can't say
That
I
is
know
a
for
surprising
certain.
answer.
I can't say I know for certain what Anastasia even is. Maybe she's an Azamar of Phobos. Maybe she's an Azamar of Noctasia. That is what Phobos is a piece of. I'm assuming it's called Noctasia because I'm guessing you all.
That's the best theory that we've got.
Let's assume for argument that it's called Noctasia, right? Either way, I don't think Phobos is particularly happy with what Anastasia's turning out to be. If Anastasia is what she wanted, right here, right now, wouldn't she have already taken over? Rather than going around messing with good folk and spreading madness all about the place?
Validus kind of clenches his teeth. I really shouldn't be saying this, but unfortunately I feel like I really, really should. There's a spell, the one that you use to detect when people are sick. If you cast it around if you cast it around Anastasia, you see something mildly alarming. A tint of red, and it comes off in Anastasia in clouds, like the world's most fucked up factory. There's the other thing. Again, Anastasia has no memory about what happened from the prison onwards. Yet, after eating the Vena Vicar, she said that she's never felt better. So I'm really wondering, what if we're just doing what Phobos wants? How do we know? We don't know. And I guess I'm worried that we're gonna find out too little too late. Because as far as I'm concerned, not a single person or entity has an actual concrete solution to all of these problems.
Brain, come on. Lorian. You watch as Abel looks up to you. I mean, apologies if I'm being a bit too bold in my assumptions about your ability to get into contact with your benefactor, but why not ask Constance about Noctasia?
I haven't asked her about Noctasia specifically, but I have brought up Phobos. And I can get into contact with her, but especially with everything going on and the souls being trapped in Norfaira, she's very busy. Although it might be time for another visit soon. Okay.
Didn't she also say that one of us was a traitor?
There was a traitor in our midst, yes. Not necessarily one of our allies was a traitor.
Hey, Abel. What happens if I give you your sword back?
Remember how I said I'd refuse questions that were a bit too vague that you might be able to misinterpret? This is one of those questions I refuse to answer. Because while I could say, oh, I'd be very appreciative and I won't do nothing bad, even in this case, maybe you could think, okay, maybe he doesn't think he's doing anything bad. Maybe he thinks blowing us up is a good thing. I do not, by the way. I'm just saying that's what you might interpret that as. I'm gonna ask a more specific question.
If I give you your sword back, who's on your first list? Who's the first on your list to kill?
Are we talking priorities or like in the here now?
Here now.
I wouldn't mind giving the Judicar a whack upside the head.
Pretty sure he's already dead. I kind of looked at the group.
Lord looks to Kanan like
Kanan's like putting it like
fear in their
slashing up
eyes.
like do the thing where like they like slash their throat like
Yeah, I'm like
He's-
Dandy somewhere.
He's
just Dandy.
He's a concept.
I just stare blankly at him, just like, okay, I guess that saves it.
Kind of like lean over to Arthas. You want to show Abel the image of the Judicar?
Oh, you mean with the... Yeah, sure, okay. Abel, this might be a bit intrusive. Then I link minds with him, and I show him what the Judicar... I show him what the Judicar looked like when we were in
Judicar jump scare.
the domain of war. Just this fucking
Has a heart
grotesque
attack
monster
immediately.
with like a bunch of arms and limbs.
Ah, yes, Eldritch horror is beyond mortal comprehension.
Yeah.
And you say like that's the Judicar?
Yeah, while the images are flashing and I know that they're going into his head, I kind of say, "This is him now." So, yeah. And then when I feel like he's got seen enough, I kind of end the connection.
He's kind of got like that 1,000-yard stare of, like, oh dear.
He also didn't come back with us when we all showed up in the storage room, so I don't think he's coming back at all.
Wait, hold on. So the Grand Judicar kind of looks around and kind of like leans in and whispers, "Ain't around anymore." And what we just let Mr. Durgeon run off with the princess?
You have a better
Boy is
idea?
looking like a kid who just got caught dumping flour all over, you know, just
could-
like,
Yeah.
oh fuck.
I could. Is that bad? I could call him right now. I could say that's bad. Come back.
You just see like he's
Bad
like,
Zeno.
like hands to temples, like, oh lordy.
What's wrong? I have him on
Miss
fast dial.
Mr. Gladius, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Who's running Sowthunda right now?
Well, I
think
could
with
care less
the
about that.
revolt, I think with like the uprising and revolt that happened, although they
people.
were all peaceful and everyone was alive,
And
probably one of the Arknights.
No, it's probably the revolutionaries. You think
Well,
about it.
I
The
think they were a
fact-
little bit stumped by everyone coming back to life, and you
the
know.
f-
Oh wait, you're right. Yeah, after the storm blew over and the domain was gone, people kind of were helping each other.
Yeah.
It seemed fine. So we.
Abel's
Left.
just covering his face. Like, oh lordy.
Exactly what you're thinking, Abel, is the exact same thoughts that I'm having whenever I'm forced to think about this. Don't worry.
Look,
great Neon,
Abel,
protect this country.
to save face, you got to understand, from our perspective, we just got done fighting the concept of literal war.
And you did a great job.
The last thing I want to do is politics.
I understand that, but no, it's fine. It's fine.
What's wrong? Why does it matter who's ruling here?
It's not about
Am I
who's
missing something?
ruling. It's about who's not ruling.
More than that, how long is it going to take before people start?
Abel.
How long is it going to take before people start asking who's in charge? And some people say we're in charge, and then some other people say no, we're in charge. And how long before till that? And how long till people start fighting over who's in charge?
Abel, I think there's something that you're thinking of I think there's something like that's gonna happen that you haven't even considered yet.
Before he gets that last sentence on, I turn to Kanan and be like, "Hey, ever thought about being king?" As a joke.
No.
Damn, it was right for the taking too. I kind of glance around the camp, look at some just like older dude, just like struggling, like moving stuff. What about that guy? Seems like a fine candidate.
I've been eating cabbage for 75 years.
Ah, perfect.
Look, ignoring the potential future Black Tusk issue,
Oh, so the Judicar was keeping the Black Tusk at bay?
he ran the Arknights, so yes. Yes, he was.
Oh.
Abel and Kanan just both facepalm, like in unison.
So basically, we got to get out of here.
Correct.
Now.
That is...
And never come back.
I suppose, yes, that is...
Ever.
One solution to the problem, yes.
Plus, Abel,
It solves the problem for us, not everyone else.
Plus, Abel, even if Mercy was still around, I don't think she would be much better because she looked kind of young.
Hey, what's young got to do with ruling?
She...
A lack of experience. Also, she didn't even want to be here.
Yeah, that's the part I worry about, was her overwhelming want to literally never see this place again.
In the off chance that this would ever happen, nobles are taught how to rule just in case. It's not a hard job.
Arthas, I get that you grew up in Norfera, but in Sowthunda things are a bit different because the ruler has to also worry about the constant raiding party issue called the Black
That sounds
Tusk.
fun. That sounds fun. Campaigns.
You're
Arthas?
a warrior.
Arthas,
Think of the glory.
do you remember Musketeer?
Yes.
Yeah, that raiding party is what we call a small night out.
Hey, I attacked one of them, and he was like, "Why are you attacking me? Shouldn't we deal with you?" As I point to you, because it was you.
Well, that's a bit different.
Abel puts up his hand.
I was trying to fight them.
Yes, Abel.
All right.
Yes, Abel.
As bad as the situation is, and as annoying it is that my music bar stopped, god damn it.
Fourth wall break. Add it to the list.
Get started again, you son
Abel
of a
like
bitch.
turns to the camera as like Arthas and Val's like discussing politics, like get a load of these fucking idiots.
Yeah, just grabs the camera, adjusts it to his face.
Anyway, folks, now back to the Abel show. Creamed corn. Is it delicious or is it godly?
He's
We'll find
watching
out
his
after
whole
this
world
commercial break.
collapsed and watching like 5 idiots just argue about would it be sick to rule or not. You know?
Yeah.
Like he's thinking about the deaths of thousands and we're over here like, yeah, it'd be pretty sweet to be king, I think. You know, you could keep fancy and
easy.
Also, I just
King's
love
easy.
I love the idea of like, oh yeah, let's like warriors, like yeah, we're just gonna fight the Black Tusk. As you just look over, A, to a group of squishy wizards. Just like fucking, just the squishy the country of the squishies of D6s and D8s, the country.
Yeah.
And then
whip them into shape, new training regiments.
And then you look over. My brother in Christ, that's what the Arknights were.
Yep.
And then you look over to the fucking brawny ass fucking magic resisting Black Tusk. Anyway, as Abel comes down from his existential crisis, Mr. Dirge, that ain't the best answer. I know you have your concerns, but I can promise you. I'm asking you, please, if you don't trust me, trust in the words of a god. A god who hates Phobos with her every bit of her being. That what her intentions are is to stop Phobos alongside you and me.
Will you swear an oath?
Absolutely.
Well, I guess to me and the party, under your god's observation and mine as well, I kind of look to the group and I go, I kind of want to give him his sword back, but with tight restrictions. Through a possible oath, perhaps?
Abel just gains a level in Paladin for some reason.
Yeah. Just randomly.
And what would the
Validus looks completely torn between, like, saying, yeah, give him the sword back and not, you know?
Yeah, I can feel that.
Like, he physically, like, looks like he's gonna split in fucking half over this, you know?
To explain better, as I kind of turn to the group, I kind of want to give him his sword back because, for one, I feel like he's being genuine. I mean, he is in the zone of truth. If his enemy is our enemy, then I figure he's still an ally of us.
No, I agree with that completely. I just...
Plus, what if, hear me out, if his god is truly inside the sword, maybe they can answer some of our questions? I mean, I doubt that that's how it works, but he refuses to answer what will happen when he gets the sword, but I don't think he's going to lash out at us specifically. So under the oath, I'll just make sure of that.
Give
Condition of giving it back to him. All right. Hold on.
If you want.
We got to think about this. I hope Fumine's watching. All right, priest. Do you feel your god's eyes on you?
Abel kind of chuckles a little bit. I'm afraid,
You're fucking messy.
The answer to that is no, but for two reasons. No. She's not...
Will it help if I pull the sword out?
Yes, I'd be able to feel her presence then, yes. The other problem is, she don't really see anymore. But that's maybe
She doesn't need to see. She just needs to hear.
He knows.
I kind of look to the group and get closer to Abel without stepping into the ring of the zone of truth, and out of my bag of holding, I gently pull the sword out and hold it with both hands. Not by the hilt, but just like to give as like a gift. And before I give it to him, I say, do you, Abel Cainsworth, follower of Nocturna, swear that if I, Arthas Magus Gladius III, give you your sword, otherwise known as your holy symbol, back to you, you will not raise this blade to harm my party or the princess, Anastasia Norian. That's her last name, right? I didn't want to mess that up.
Yeah, Anastasia Norian.
Okay. Under our God's watchful eye, do you pledge this oath?
I'll take a deep breath and say, I am Abel Cainsworth, citizen of the former town of Dirt. I'm a lowly man of no real worth in the grand scheme of things, but I do, if you'll hear it, will swear this oath that I will never harm. I'm sorry, I don't know your full name, Mr. Office.
Arthas Magus Gladius III. It's alright, it's a bit of a mouthful.
Mr. I will never bring harm to Arthas Magus Gladius III. Mr. Validus Dirge, Sir Lorian Ward, the gracious and beautiful Everly Hazelwood, now I won't even bring harm to dear old Isaac Fenrir, nor harm to the Princess Anastasia Norian with this blade. This I swear.
Do we feel like anything happens in that moment?
I'm not sure how you mean, but
Any kind of sign that the pact's been formed or anything? Because I know it's verbal, but I was just unsure if anything mystical was afoot.
Can we insight to know that he's being truthful?
He's in the zone of truth.
Yeah, he's in the zone of truth.
Oh, true, yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. You know what? You know what? I was gonna roll a D100, but I'm feeling lazy. Hey, Everly, roll me a D100.
There it is.
The sun shines down on
Yeah,
Abel, creating a spotlight.
Is there
And
a
Jonas
chain
once
link?
again has blessed one of our
58.
characters. You know.
Yeah,
58.
Yee.
I miss him already.
You are all filled as a small red light kind of beams. Because remember, there is a single kind of hole in the cloth from when Zeno started to try and unwrap the sword.
Mm-hmm.
And as the red gleam kind of shines, you all feel a sense of courage fill your hearts from the sword.
I will walk up to Abel and kneel down and pass off his sword to him.
He will very gingerly take it.
No follower should be parted from his goddess or god for long.
In some time, old girl.
I'll stand and exit the zone of truth then, and kind of take a couple steps back.
I suppose then, since we're truly and fully in oath, in the interest of no longer keeping secrets from one another. Though I will ask, you keep what you see from... You keep what you've seen to yourselves, of course. And if
I give a nod.
he will begin to unwrap the sword. What you see as the sword is unwrapped is not quite what you fully expected to see. You see what looks like a torso. Just a torso. No head, no arms, no legs. It looks as if it's made of porcelain. Yet, it is cracked, and you can see within the cracks like this eerie darkness. In all places except for the chest. The torso is absolutely that of a feminine figure. But on the... it's the... left... on the... like, if you were... like, your left, you know what I mean? Like, on your left side of your chest, there is a great hole. Like, a shattered hole in the porcelain. By the way...
Like where a heart would be?
Yeah, where the heart would be. And in fact, you see a still... it is shriveled, but you see that it glows with that same red energy that appeared when you made the oath. A somewhat shriveled but glowing red pulsing heart.
I'm gonna turn to Anastasia to see if she's reacting to any of this.
I will give Anastasia's reaction in a second. There's one other thing that needs to be explained. Though there's no head and no legs, there are bones. It's kind of, and they're like stiff and always pointing. So like the arms are pointed out, like, I hate to say it, like they're in a T-pose sort of form, right? And you watch as Abel holds... there's a portion of the neck bone or spine jutting out of where the head should be that he's holding like the handle of a sword. And on the bottom, where the legs should be sticking out, you see 2 leg bones that seem to have been sharpened to like the same sharpness as a greatsword's blade. And when you look over to Anastasia, who's staring at the sword alongside all of you, you see that she's crying.
Can I insight check that?
I'm gonna run over and I'm gonna reach over and come and kind of like ask her like what's wrong? The fuck?
Go ahead and roll me an insight. As you do, Abel will say, I can hope you understand why I can't just go carrying her around. She wouldn't look quite right if I did. Besides, as he begins to wrap up the blade, having her exposed like this is dangerous. It alerts Phobos to her presence. Phobos is and always will be hunting for this last remnant of Nocturna. I believe Phobos wants to finish what she started.
Does Nocturna have an affinity with rabbits by any chance?
Tilt's head. No, snakes actually.
I see, because we may have met another one of the fragments down in the realm of war who was rabbit-themed. And according to Arthur, she was also being eternally hunted by Phobos.
You see his smile kind of turn sad. Yeah, that is unfortunately what Phobos tends to do.
So we have owl, rabbit, snake. Gods, I hope that there's no lion.
Who's to say, my friend? Does anybody have... Oh, sorry, with the 11... Arthas, you get the feeling it's... Anastasia has, like, the same look as, like, someone who hasn't seen a good friend for a long time and is seeing them again for the first time in a while.
Is she writing anything in her journal?
No. And when you go to comfort her, she kind of like startles, like, hmm? And will then kind of try to wipe away her tears.
He like looks between Anastasia and like Abel. Stuff makes my brain hurt.
How do you think I felt, Mr. Dirge? The only reason it ain't hurting my brains because I had 20 years to stop feeling it.
So now that we know that you can be trusted, what's next? Do we head straight for the where's it? Not the, I want to say IDF, but
the
what is it
UDF.
called?
We're
UDF.
getting Isaac back first and foremost.
You've taken care of Sowthunda. That was part of the prophecy. The other two were what we surmised to be the UDF and Olympia.
I feel like we just kind of glossed over the fact like that once we remove the curse, Phobos is still an issue.
Perhaps. Perhaps she is. But she's been off. I think that's a bridge we'll need to cross when we come to it. We can't just leave the country as it is. We can't let this suffering continue.
I agree completely.
Well, king's being easy, but I don't want to be king. So don't look at me.
No, that...
I like fold my arms.
Don't worry, Mr. Office. You won't need to be
So-
king. We'll find somebody else.
We haven't
Thank
mentioned
goodness.
it yet, but Noctasia from the book gave us a possible way to actually make ourselves immune to madness.
You see Arthas just come to a realization all of a sudden that has nothing to do with this conversation, and he just suddenly blurts out, "Oh my god, we should get rewards. We saved them, didn't we?"
Shut up, Arthas.
What? But
Okay,
rewards?
okay. All right. To put an end on this
Really
scene, does anybody have anything else they want to ask? Ask Abel, or are we good to kind of move on?
Whoever
I
we
guess-
put in power better give us a reward.
I'm
That's the
good
last
to
thing.
I'm good to
Arthas will
move
say.
on. Validus
I'm
is
good to move on.
Validus just doesn't want to move on, but he doesn't see anything wrong. You know?
Plus,
At this
Kanan's
very
probably sweating by
moment,
this point.
Everly trusts Abel, so
I'm running
Kanan's sweating holding that spell together. Yeah.
Validus isn't
had to
sure
put
if
it
he
up- back
trusts
up
Abel,
2
but he
times.
has. Validus isn't sure if he trusts Abel. But he doesn't see any reason to not hate. Sorry, any reason to hate them anymore. He's having a war with himself again.
Then, in that case, we're going to just kind of speed things along a little bit. So Abel's suggestion to the party is, okay, you guys head straight for the UDF, but he's gonna walk with you a bit, at least until they get clear of the oasis, and then he's gonna start heading north. Abel tells you he has an associate, a noble. He's friends with a noble in Olympia that he can potentially get into contact with to potentially gain you guys entry into Olympia rather than having to sneak in.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
That is much needed.
probably a good plan.
That's really good.
Because if you don't
Damn it,
remember, Olympia does not let people in, especially not
No, they
recently.
don't.
Yeah, you only get into Olympia if you can like beat up a fucking noble or some shit.
That or sneaking, which I don't think we're all that good at, except 2 of us.
What's up, Lorian?
Lore would want to ask Abel something if he's going to Olympia.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I don't remember the name exactly because it's been a while since we talked about it. But I'll message it to you.
Yeah.
Lore would pull him aside for this too. So.
I wonder what those 2 are talking about. Secrets, secrets, secrets. So, you and Lorian, huh? Valdez?
Like, looks at Arthas, Lorian, and I, what?
Lovebirds? Romance?
I'm gonna,
Sunsets?
like, kind of glance over at Kanan as Arthas is asking this.
Oh, come on, man. At dinner last night, you were basically drooling.
Kanan's
laugh
pulling
and I
out their
slap
2
my
short
leg.
swords.
Arthas,
Look at him. I kind of laugh and I point to Kanan. Look at him. Oh, man. Good luck, Valdez. Good luck with that one. I wipe a tear.
I hate you so much.
Whatever you say, bud. And I slap him on the shoulder. You done talking, you 2?
Almost. Give us a bit of patience. Come on.
Is that
Gosh, I
right?
hate waiting around. I want my reward. We're
That
getting a
man.
reward, right? As I turn to Valdez.
The reward is that we don't die, Arthas.
It
That
is.
sucks. That's a
It is.
shitty reward.
All right. And Abel will turn to you, Arthas, and say, "Ah, fuck, goodness gracious." Here, and he'll reach inside his coat and pull out 100 gold pieces and put in your hand.
Abel, put
There's
your money
reward.
away.
There's your reward.
You'll see
son.
Arthas grow a wolf tail and wolf ears, and just like the tail's wagging furiously.
You did
when he
so
pulls out the
good,
gold.
son.
I'm just nodding at everything he's saying. You're right. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And then I go and I take the gold.
Anime dog boy Arthas confirmed.
Okay.
Much obliged. And I add it to my pretty measly, empty, you would say, gold pouch.
With that,
100.
I can finally buy food.
Nice. Food.
As the party gets ready to head off out of Gambino, a lot of the people come out that you would help the night prior to thank you for your assistance. And that really, without you guys, actually, they wouldn't have been able to get done until like early this afternoon. So you offering them the assistance saved them a lot of time, and it's gonna allow them to travel a lot farther today.
We do good.
And as you say your goodbyes and turn to leave, Kanan will call out, "Hey, Validus, before you go,
Oh fuck.
I
He
know-
like stiffens up. Oh
turn
fuck.
around, walk back over here."
I'll see you guys at my funeral. Turns around and walks over to Kanan. Yes, Kanan.
You watch as they cross their arms and say, "As Lorian's sibling, I technically should legally be obligated to kill you. But you know..."
But you know that killing them might make them upset, right?
Yeah. Well, see, that's the funny part. I don't... As far as I'm concerned, and as far as you're concerned, I don't know nothing. Maybe... Look, you know what? You know what it was? You just saw something in Lorian's teeth all night, right? right, buddy? Pats you on the shoulder.
Yeah, big piece of spinach, you know.
Mm-hmm. So, just whatever feelings for whatever person you have, I don't want to know about them. I don't need to know about them. I don't ever want to hear anything about your relationships with anybody. Got it? Because if I do find out, I'm going to kill you.
Find out about what? Can I? It's like doing like the biggest fucking goofy smile, you know?
Exactly. Now, that being said, you seem like an absolute no-show in the dating scene. So allow big sibling Kanan to give you some advice. Hands around shoulder.
My wife died 12 years ago. It's been a bit, Kanan. He's like sweating nervously.
You know what really gets the romance flowing for, certain people? Naps. Be ready and willing at any moment of any day. Just be ready, willing to take a nap. The more pillows you can get for it, and the more blankets, the better.
Any kind of color that you recommend?
Purple, silvers. For some reason, daffodil pink, yellow. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
They were going through a phase or something. I don't know.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the advice, Kanan.
And remember, he pats you on the back.
Huh?
I don't want to hear a goddamn thing. Smiles.
I will make sure you are not invited to the wedding.
What wedding? All right, get out of here.
Exactly, Kanan.
Actually, they're getting pretty far away. You should start going now.
Well, Validus is having that talk, and while the group kind of lightly heckles Lore's just gonna, kind of quietly under their breath say, his wife visited me last night. Terrifying.
I give you a fucking dumb smile. Did she now?
Yes. With more threats than that.
Wow, you guys are similar already. That's how these things begin, I guess.
Do you say that loud enough for Anastasia to hear?
No, I'm speaking kind of right to Lori and just sliding close by, just looming behind them.
Lore's stage whispering, not actually hiding it, just...
When you say wife, Anastasia's eyes widen and you just suddenly hear the most furious scribbling.
It's looking towards the princess!
Just,
Lore tried to see what she's drawing.
Yeah!
So you know the Pepe Sylvia meme? It's like that, but in notebook form. Like the fucking conspiracy theorist whiteboard.
Oh. Oh, yeah. All the red string all over the place.
Yeah.
Linking everything possible.
It's like that, but in notebook form.
Would Validus be catching up to the group at this point?
Yes, and as soon as she hears you, she's snapping her journal closed.
Hey, Laura, wanna take a nap at some time?
I mean, I'm always down for a nap.
Together? Maybe he's got the fucking tomato face, There's steam coming out of his ears as the fucking gears in his head are clanking together. The most
Arthas just gives you a salute, and in his mind he's thinking, so direct, admirable.
This man hasn't flirted in over 12 years. Cut him some slack.
Beverly just whispers to Arthas. That's some weird foreplay.
It's glorious.
I mean, we, as a group, all sleep together. That's how camping works. But I know what you mean, and yes, we can.
Cool. Very cool.
Laura's trying to play cool, but they are blushing.
All right, guys, just, hold off on any weddings. The last one we attended didn't go off very fun, okay?
Fucking Christ.
Jumping the gun a bit there.
Wedding. Oh shit. Fuck. Right. I was married on the first night I met Refute. Fuck. Hold on. How do we get married, Lord? He's like.
And we're cutting the scene there.
With Everly face palming.
Thank Christ.
The Lord continues.
Oh boy.
And I just got so much fucking fanfic to write.
Oh my god.
Alright, I need to check my notes real quick.
Should probably like go tell Drewsba, like that we did it.
Yeah, that we succeeded. Well, I was thinking, one of my ideas was that we could just teleport back to the Grove.
Yeah, it probably would be fast. We just like
dropping off Abel.
Drop off Abel. True. Yeah. Why don't we actually just full stop teleport to the Grove and then go from there?
Because at least then it's through familiar country that isn't desert.
Damn it.
Yeah.
A non-biased lore totally doesn't have a reason for not wanting to be in the desert.
Same thing with non-biased Valdez, who also definitely does not want to be in the desert,
I hate sand. It's coarse and it gets all over the place.
Well, I mean, like, that's lore. Valdez is more like, I hate my dad.
No, that's Arthas. Anakin.
I hate sand.
I really would just take off her boot, dump all the sand that's in her boot. It's like, ew, there's sand in my shoes.
So, we're still gonna go with the same plan of like Abel going the same way, but we're just gonna like teleport out, right?
You're gonna teleport out.
Yeah, we're gonna use the ring to go back to Drewsba's and walk down from there to the UDF.
Exactly that. That's funny.
Hang on a moment. I need to check something real quick. Okay. Where are you in the city when you do this?
We probably... I imagine the main tent is still up. There was the room that we had at least enough privacy for bedrooms, I think, right?
So
we probably would have asked Kanon if we could go there to do it.
Because they were breaking everything down. I was saying earlier.
Down.
I was saying like you were saying goodbye to the people of the Sky Dancer troop and walking away from there.
Okay. We can always find some cheap tavern hotel thing.
Do you want to duck into an alleyway and just bamf the door and then?
Yeah. Everyone else good with that?
Can I pick the alleyway?
Sure.
Alright, hang on, I need to roll something real quick.
Namir comes walking out, holding Lucia and Victor by their fucking collars. Grievers!
Just as we're closing the door behind us,
Shit.
Okay. As you're walking down the street, you're looking for a good alleyway?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, could I have everybody in the party? This is not... This is not a group check, but I want. Could I have everybody roll me perception, please?
Absolutely. My worst trait.
Got it, boss.
Or survival.
Oh, exactly what I was... Oh, shit. Well, I already...
Well, they're
Damn
the
it.
same. So.
Yeah.
Not
same
for me. Not for me.
14.
I got a 15.
23, 15, 14. Oh, I guess I'll have Anastasia roll as well.
Just for shits. I just want to see what I would have gotten if I rolled survival. Fucking bullshit ass. Of course.
A nat 20. Oh, come on, game.
I'll let that slide because I didn't say survival fast enough personally.
Shit. Alright, fuck yes, dude.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
the gods. I'm just sniffing the air like a fucking dog.
Neonus shines upon us again.
Neonus comes down.
Thank you, Neonus.
Alright, as expected, Anastasia got an 8.
Oh.
And Abel will get a 19.
Nice.
Abel seems in very good spirits. I'm actually gonna go lowest to highest here. Anastasia, she gets distracted looking at a passing by cat.
Oh, she would.
Lorian and Valdis, you see a pretty, a nice, decently large. Friend, come on. You see a pretty wide alleyway that should be able to fit all of you. You know, might be a bit of a tight squeeze, but I mean, if you kind of single file it through the doorway, it should be more than enough space for you. Everly.
Mhm.
As you notice the same alleyway, but then you kind of hear something coming from your west. There's a large crowd of people approaching for some reason. Are they running towards you? Arthas.
Eyes wide, she's gonna point towards them.
You while your eyesight might not be the greatest, your sense of smell is impeccable. And no, not just because you did the whole wolf ears meme.
I'm a noble. I snort at everybody. I turn it up at everyone too. I know what smells good.
You go to give like the alleyway a sniff test, you know, like you said it yourself. You're gonna pick the alleyway. You don't want to go to one that's too stinky, right?
Yeah, it has to be clean.
But then, as you kind of raise your nose from the west, the same direction Everly is pointing at, you smell fire and blood.
I immediately get into a low stance, grab the hilt of my sword, and I just say, like, I smell blood and fire. Just
And we
edgy.
seem to be having a rather large crowd coming towards us.
into an
we shall
alley.
Try and hide, yeah.
This one. Then I just point.
Okay.
I rush towards the nearest alley, closest to me.
Yep, I'm fucking diving right in.
Laura's right behind.
Yep, so is Everly.
As you duck into the alleyway, Abel followed quickly behind, like, what's going on now?
Blood and fire. Get in here, fucker. God.
What? And he'll go in with you. The hell's going on?
I don't know. I was trying to find us an alleyway, and then I smelled blood, and then I smelled fire. And
I thought we already got more. Why is there more?
do you hear the people? There's a ton of people coming.
And as you say that, yes, you can start hearing the screams as people. It starts. It was only a few at first, but eventually, a large flood of people rush past the alleyway that you're all hiding in. But the sound of marching continues.
Do we hear like what the people are shouting?
What do you think? Black Tusk. The Black Tusk are coming.
Well, Abel, I hate being wrong, but you're right. So,
How did they get here so fast?
We need to leave right now if we're gonna leave.
We shouldn't leave. I want to leave, but we shouldn't leave.
there's a fucking army out there, man.
We don't know that.
The marching.
If I like peek out of the alleyway, what do I see?
Well, first thing you see.
I'm gonna do one of those things. I'm gonna do one of those things too, where I like take my sword out and use the reflection of the blade to look around the alleyway.
I mean, you know they're coming, so you know what to look for, so I won't make you roll perception for that. Validus, what you see first are the burning buildings being left in their wake. And then both of you, more or less at the same time, see... how many would it be? If he's bringing that kind of squad... You see just an enormous crowd, a what must be at least a large battalion, maybe well over 1,000 orcs marching in your direction. And Validus leading the charge is who else but Artaro Dirge.
Oh. As if Validus could look any more pale, he somehow does. Guys, it's him.
We need to leave. We need to leave now.
Yeah, we gotta go.
We gotta go.
Does he see me?
That's a great question. Let me roll for it.
God damn it.
Roll stealth for me.
Okay.
Actually, hold on.
Fuck.
Do I have a character sheet going?
Come on.
Lorraine,
Roll
get that
good.
key out. There's like 1,000 out there.
16.
16, okay.
Get that ring ready.
You might. Do you still have your birthday inspiration or no?
No, I used it. I used it to try and stop Anastasia, and it didn't work.
Mm.
There we go. Artaro Dirge. Round and round to go. What will you roll?
If House is like sweating bullets.
Ooh, okay. Hey, could you roll me a d20?
Yeah, I could do that. No
Oh, no.
problem. 4.
That's a 14. He also rolled 16.
Hmm.
So, Arthas, are you still checking with your blade?
Yep.
You watch as Artaro's eyes in your blade move to look directly at you.
Shit. Lorraine, get that ring ready.
All
We
right.
gotta go right now.
Flora is going to try and use the ring to open the door of the one where we can actually go there,
It's a
not
fucking
just go there for a little bit.
It's a fucking emergency. Our tile's right there. We gotta go.
Yeah,
Open
we
it.
don't know if it's gonna open though. That's the thing, because this is no longer a safe area.
You snap your fingers to activate the ring, and no door appears.
It's too dangerous.
Well, we should keep running then. We could probably outpace them.
Yeah. Valdis is already sprinting anywhere but here. He's
Come on,
already
Abel, we gotta go.
right off.
He's gone.
Anastasia? And I'll
Abel's gonna
swoop
turn
up
to the rest of the
Anastasia and start
party.
running.
We need to run east, away from them. We need to make our way to towards the north center of the city. I have a plan.
All right.
On it.
I scoop up Anastasia and start full sprinting.
Mouthless Anastasia noises.
Everly follows.
Laura's gonna trail behind everyone, just not by far, but they're our last in line essentially.
I'm gonna also, just so it's happening now, in case anything happens, I'm gonna manifest an echo to run next to me, just as like a decoy or anything. If something happens, he's just kind of sprinting next to me.
Okay. So just so you know, at this point, because he is leading the charge, when you go to run out, you are 200 feet away. Actually, hold on. I need to check something. Just to make sure I have this right. Let me go to class. Let me check my little funny little notes. Check his feats. Boopadoo. Boopadoo. Eldritch. There we go. You were trying to hide from him. That is an act of cowardice. So, not Abel. Hey, Validus.
Yeah.
Let me...
Gonna beat Validus in the back of the head with a fucking axe.
As you're running, let me roll this.
Does Artaro have art as of now, by the way?
I'm afraid not. Does a 17 hit you?
Yeah. That'll hit.
Oh, that's unfortunate. As you start sprinting away from Artaro, 200 feet away, Validus, you hear a familiar sound of Artaro just ripping something from the ground. And the rest of the... Validus, are you like towards the front of the party?
Like I said, he was already gone before the party even... The party like saw like his dust cloud, you know?
Yeah, he's in front.
The rest of the party
Yeah, he's in front.
watches as a... Oh, what would he grab? Hold on. He'd grab... You watch as a lamppost gets chucked like a
Expecting
spear from 200 feet away. And you watch as it smashes into Validus' spine from that far away.
Jesus Christ.
Serious, but why is the thing that I pictured so fucking funny?
Honestly, I
know,
expected
me too.
bigger from Artaro.
I just imagine like this fucking, we're all chibi like cartoon drawings, and it just like tink, and he just fucking knocks him out.
And Validus, you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage as the lamppost, again, ripped from the ground, lands squarely like in the center of your spine and like nearly knocks you to the ground.
Yeah, he like rolls on the ground quickly, kind of like, if he can, like get back up on his feet, and he's fucking just running.
And as you are running away, you hear like the cheers of the orcs from behind you as they tear up and burn the city. Any part of the city that stands in their way as they march towards you.
Val's kind of like tapping his chest. Alga, I really need you right now. Can you like do something? Anything?
Run. And you feel as your legs get wrapped in that same black tattoo, and your running strength increases.
Fuck me. You know, for shits and giggles, I'm gonna turn around and see if the rest of the party's following me.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
just gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably right next, because 40 feet of movement. You just hear me say, "Holy shit!" as you get up and keep running.
I've had worse. It must be one of his off days.
Is that who I think it is?
Yes!
Well, fuck!
All right.
Uh-huh.
No, go ahead.
If I turn around and look at dear old daddy, does he look mad, mildly upset? Have I ruined Dad's good mood?
At this point, he's well over 300 feet away. You can't really read his expression.
Cool.
But he's still marching towards you nonetheless.
Arthas, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but Gambino's fucked. We can't do anything about it. We need to leave now.
If they're close enough where Artaro shouldn't be able to hear them, Lore will relay the instructions on where Abel said to run.
Abel, by the way, is like he's like probably last in line if when Loria goes to like relay the information. He does not run gracefully. He's running like a cartoon character, basically.
Are there like any Arc Knights around?
No.
What the fuck?
Who's there to organize them?
What I know is how the fuck did all the Black Tusk get this close and no one noticed them?
Disarray, party, everyone's drunk. They just woke up. This literally just happened after they were partying. Only Arthas knew they were fucking celebrating and shit in the city.
Oh my god. Okay, if the Black Tusk has been coming here for a while, which is horrifying.
I told you that there was something else that got set in motion. This was that thing.
Yeah.
If you guys had waited, like if you decided, okay, you know what, let's let the Civil War burn itself out and then go into the Royal Palace, you would have had to then face the fact that, oh hey, the Black Tusk are here now. Anyway.
The fall of Gambino.
The fall of Gambino, indeed. You run and are only able to ever keep somehow, almost like they're horror movie villains, and they just seemingly teleport closer. You never seem to be able to get more than 300 feet away from the Black Tusk invading forces. And they do seem to be heading directly towards you guys. When you
we're gonna head to where Abel said to, or at least Arthas is with the princess.
As you manage to head eastward and get to like the center top north side of Gambino, you find yourself in a large plaza, and to your north there is a road leading out from which a lot of people are running alongside you. Or past you to get out of the city that way. But you can hear all around you as fighting. Some people are trying to defend their city, but Valdis, you know better than anybody, they won't succeed. Not fully.
Yeah, you're not stopping this like when the fucking main man himself is here.
As you reach this plaza and face the north exit, Abel kind of... All right. Here's the plan. I made an oath to all of you. I need you to make an oath to me. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
What plan, Abel? We can't fight them.
You don't...
He's here.
You see as Abel looks up to you Validus and gives you a kind smile. That's the neat part, Validus. You don't need to fight him. You just need to run away. I'll hold him back. I can hold him back, I promise. But I need you all to promise me something.
What?
Fine, what? Anything, just fucking...
You watch as he reaches into it, because he had, by the way, he like, when he doesn't have it out, he has it stuffed inside of his vestments. You watch as he reaches in and pulls, what we'll just now call Nocturna, out of his vestments and say, no matter what you hear, no matter, and I mean this, no matter what sounds you hear, you all have to swear to me you do not look back for any reason. You all just keep running. You run and run and run till you can get out of here. Go to Olympia if you gotta. But try to get to the UDF. Try to get Isaac back. Stay a party. Stay a family. Don't ever start this nonsense again. Don't split up. You're all you have left of each other in this world. The way it's going. More than I ever had the chance to have, so don't let him go again.
Abel, they're not gonna just kill you. They're gonna make what the Judicar did to you look like child's play.
Who says
I'll take your oath.
Same.
And who says I'm gonna
trust
be
you
alive long enough to let that happen, so Validus.
Fine.
Yeah, I really was gonna put a hand on Validus' shoulder. It's okay.
They're
We'll
getting
listen to him.
closer.
I move Anastasia from on my shoulder to a princess carrier, that way she can't look back. And then I swear to his oath and start looking for a different exit.
Her cheeks are turning white.
I'm not even looking at her. I'm just
Fine,
looking around.
We need to do... Fine. Do
Head-
your thing.
head
We
north.
need to go now.
Oh, and Grievers!
Swear the oath.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. Validus, I need you to swear that to me, son.
Of course, yeah. We already... Yeah.
And start
don't
running, boy!
abandon
Head
people.
north! Get out of here!
Laura's gonna take Validus's hand and start running.
Yeah, like a horse getting its ass slapped to start moving. Once he says, get out of here, I'm fucking skedaddling.
Mm-hmm. Arthas, you keep Anastasia safe.
No response, just full sprint.
I'm running, like, holding hands with Flora, I guess.
As you make your way north, does anybody look back?
No.
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 I make sure that I'm holding Anastasia just so that she doesn't look back, but
Okay.
yeah,
Let me
best I
rephrase.
can.
For the
I'm just walking with him.
Alright. So this time, nobody's looking back. Right. As you're running away, you hear the sounds of the army getting closer. And you can hear, projecting his voice, you hear Abel call out, "You vile black tusk horse. You ingrates, you barbarians. You dare step upon this hallowed place of learning, of mankind's resolve. You dare step upon our sovereignty. Very well, then." You hear him. If you were closer, you could hear his neck crack. "And I must call upon my anima. Unleash techniques of the dead, gone worlds. I invoke the dead sorcery. Power word. Emulsify." You hear the worst sounds you've ever heard in your entire life. You hear snapping and tearing and screaming and squelching. Does anybody look back?
I mean,
Hell no.
Val's is assuming like that Abel's already dead, so no. After he stopped talking, he's just okay, yep, he's fucked. He's so dead. Mm-hmm.
Lorian, Everly, do you look back?
Yes.
She took an oath. She's not gonna look back.
Lorian,
I make
you
sure
look
to
back.
whisper to the princess.
Yeah, I rolled
to,
a dice to see, and it was a nat 20, so I feel like that's saying, hey, someone's gotta.
Lorian, as you look back, you see Abel Cainsworth dyed red in orcish blood as you watch orcs swirling. You watch as orcs literally twist in on themselves like a bottle, like an empty bottle. You know how sometimes you'll twist the bottle to build the pressure up, and you watch as the pressure gets so intense that they just explode into a pile of gore and blood, and this just happens over and over. You watch as orcs from behind Artaro, who seems to be the only person unaffected by whatever hell this is, as orcs from behind Artaro are getting sucked into this vortex of blood and guts and horror. As Abel Cainsworth pulls his arms out and laughs maniacally. And that is where we're going to end today's session.
Bro, we ain't gonna beat Abel in a fight. Also, I fucking love how Artaro just fucking standing there, completely unfazed. Oh fuck, he's scary.
It reminds me of the trailer to one of those Star Wars games where Starkiller's trying to fight Darth Vader and all the troopers like surround him and he just fucking screams out and they all turn to dust and Darth Vader's just sitting there with his hand up like, yeah, good try, bud. That's Artaro. Just light breeze any day of the week.
And with that,
I can't wait for Artaro to like use his anima called the belt.
y'all have a good night, everybody.
Child
Sorry
abuse.
for the internet cutout, but hope to see you
Good night.
not this week, not next week because scheduling issues, but we hope to see you on the 14th of September. Goodbye. Have a wonderful night.